I'm just in that kind of mood tonight, y'all. I'm feeling mighty. I'm feeling strong. Trying to look mean, but I feel real cool tonight. We're gonna get right into it. Let me just vibe with this for a little bit, because this is exactly how I'm feeling. Anything in my way, I'm gonna knock it down. I'm feeling so mighty. Thank the God above. Boom! The opponent gets knocked down. Winner by first round knockout, LanceScurv. Yes. All right, y'all. I'll play this later on and get into it. And hopefully I'll cut the camera off when I walk back in here with my clothes off. Luckily there was nobody looking. Oh, man. Did I just say that? We'll give our folks a little time to come in, because we know it takes a little time for them to come in, you know? We're going to talk about Rachel Dolezal tonight. Yes. 30 more seconds. I'm loving this beat, y'all. Makes me feel small, like I'm lifting weights again.
Every Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
Welcome to another episode of the Lance. Oh, come on, man.
Every Friday evening.
I'll play you again, I promise. I promise at the end of the show, I'll play you again. Let me pull this mic a little closer. I hope I have the camera angle right. I just want to welcome everybody to another episode of the LanceScurv Show. It's good to be back. I've been under the hood, not in the hood. Oh, God, Cheryl, she looks terrible. Oh, God, plastic surgery going wild. We'll talk about that another time. Anyway, Mr. T, oh, man, he lost so much weight. I hope he's going to knock cancer out. Wow. I haven't been doing a lot of live shows recently, but I got my flow. I got my mojo on with the recorded videos. I need to burn it up each and every day for the rest of the year and beyond, because I have my system and I've been taught some new tricks so I can knock off 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Tomorrow I'm going to shoot for 10, 3 or 4 coming out, and it'll be short and sweet. And we will have several live shows a week, but I want to make it where instead of having 7 of them every day, 7 a week, I'll make it where at least 3 you know when we're going to have them, because many people ask me, they say, Scurv, when are you going to have a show? You do these shows on a whim, and it's never a good time for me. So I'm going to make it where on a Saturday night, we'll always have one, and probably like a Thursday night and sometime during the week. Now, there will be ones I throw on a whim, and I might do 10 a week, but those 3 you will know ahead of time. And we have a lot of topics that were brought to my attention that people want to speak about, and we're going to cover all of them. On a spiritual level, heaven for God knows. On a relationship level, I want to always talk about relationships, and I always want to talk about the stories and current events that may sometimes fly below the radar, but have an angle to them that I can talk about, that we can bring into our lives and discuss, whether it's on a live show or not. And you know what? I didn't even open up my line. Lord have mercy. I'm doing all this posturing. But you know what? When I play this interview, I'll open up the lines, because tonight might be long, might be short. We don't know. You decide how long it's going to go. I'm going to take in calls. Not right now, because I got to set everything up. But the calling number is 888-575-3769. 888-575-3769. If you look below the YouTube screen, you'll see all the information right there, and you should already have it logged in already. But back to the current events of what I'm doing. I'm doing a lot of refurbishing here. I'm building my own sound panels for the wall. Thanks for the idea and the links, Brother Barton. You helped me out a whole lot. The sound sounds better. Everything is working. We have many guests that will be here. Many people have been asking me to see if I can get Django Unchained back if I'm in the mood tomorrow, because he comes with a lot of energy, y'all. You know that, right? I have a few things I have to knock out. Maybe I'll call him over. We'll do something tomorrow. With him, it's just point and click. I just have to, and let me open up this daggone chat room. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm slipping. Didn't even have the lines open. The chat room not open. I'm slacking up in here. Alzheimer's with it, But I want to speak about Rachel Dolezal tonight, and I spoke my mind pretty much about her, so there's really not much more that I have to say unless I'm bouncing off the opinion of someone who calls in, and I don't want to be redundant. I don't want to dominate. This volume is about to get hit here. Hold on one second. Like Manny Pacquiao. Okay, let's open up the screen. Let me knock this down. And look at that. The chat room's going on. I haven't seen nothing. It's like I'm having a party and everybody's sitting up in the house and I didn't get there yet, and that's my house. Let me buy Rachel Dolezal, right? Rachel Dolezal, Sweetberry, Nicole. Yes, Van Sanity. Yes, you finally caught a live one from the beginning, right? Simply Deep. How are you? Yes, chat room. And I'm glad to see everybody getting along here. Yeah. Yeah. But we got to talk about that too. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about that and really go in depth, because I like to talk about things that we can run with. I'm not trying to be somebody's reporter, y'all. You know what I mean? Like, yes, look, the media has that on lock. How do I look coming up here? Well, what happened today? And you heard the story already 15, 20 times, right? So my thing is finding a story to talk about that we can extract something from to run with, that we can discuss further. Because, okay, many people heard about the story where the husband killed the 4 kids. And the wife, petitioned for him to come out a little earlier. He, with parole, but he had killed his pregnant girlfriend back in 91. So what kind of woman, you know what I mean? Come on. Prison is not the place to go find a man, no matter how you slice it. And there are situations that do work out, but not somebody who did something like that. Come on. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You have 10 luxury cars and the keys are in the kitchen or in the den, and you start dating a person who's a car thief. Wow. What might happen? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. You at the party eating up all the food? Come on over. There's a lot of food here. And just because we're vegans doesn't mean that we're not going to cook up some good oxtail for you, some good brown stewed chicken for you, curry goat. And like I said, anyone who listens to the show and just shows support by showing up and coming to the shows or even making comments on the video. Orlando is like the #1 tourist destination in the world, family friendly. Las Vegas in America might be #1 as far as the sin city, but there's a lot of sin going on over here too, y'all. But Orlando's got a lot of things going on. So I want to hear from everybody who's coming to Orlando. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not trying to meet everybody. We got some crazy people out there, but you know what I mean? People who are in a circle and family, and let's cook up some good food and make you taste something real good, because Mrs. Scurv really has unique approaches in how she makes her food. I mean, sometimes she's sitting up in here, all the time she's sitting up in here when she makes stuff for me. What you got gloves on for? You're my wife, right? But she says, no, we have to be clean. And trust me, she's clean, a clean freak, right? Let me play this interview that I found for the people who don't really know who biracial Dolezal is, right, Sweetberry? I'll play this and it pretty much will cover. It's an interview from a show called The Real. Let me find this bad boy. Okay, here we go. And bunch of black women, celebrities that I can't even say it right now. You all got me messed up. Rachel Dolezal spoke to, and it's very interesting. It's about 5 minutes long. So if you hear a little tones in the background and me dialing out and everything like that, that's me hooking up the lines. But give me a second. I'll play this and you're going to see me moving around. All right, here you go. Make sure the volume is okay. Whoop, it's down.
Like when you went to Howard University, some people felt like they never knew you were white, you were black. And so they felt like maybe the scholarship.
Sound check, y'all. Is that good?
When you got admitted to Howard, that took an opportunity from a black woman. So that's why a lot of people, it's like you can identify, well, you're beautiful, but we're trying to understand.
Okay, give me a second, y'all.
Why in some instances,
Yeah.
you never told people that you were white.
Yeah.
I mean, are you ashamed of being white?
Well, like Dick Gregory says, white isn't a race, it's a state of mind.
Okay,
Nothing
but you know,
about
but no,
whiteness
let me tell you something. I'm black.
Thanks,
I
Nicole.
can't be you. I can't reverse myself. Right.
That one right.
Let me tell you, Rachel. If the police got me,
check her.
The police got me. You could throw that off and show that little like nice fine hair up under, and you might get away. I may not even make it in the jail.
Well,
so it's a difference.
Okay,
it's a big difference.
Well, Rachel, following that, I have a question.
Right.
What does being black mean to you, and why do you want to be black?
Well, I think that, you know, sometimes how we feel is more powerful than how we're born.
Okay.
And
I didn't even hear this one.
blackness can be defined as philosophical, cultural, biological, you know, a lot of different things,
right.
a lot of different people. And I think you do have to kind of like walk the walk if that's who you are.
Okay.
So you feel that you walk the walk of a black woman?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So go ahead, get your line.
No, I just want to say, could you expand on that?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, walking the walk in terms of philosophical and cultural, like what I was talking about as far as the broader definition, the Pan-African definition of blackness, I think you're talking about then changing it to a black woman. Is there a singular experience? Is there one experience?
Absolutely. There are opportunities that I might not get that you can have only because of the color of my skin, not because I'm a smart, beautiful, amazing mother, wife, and entrepreneur. You know, even as successful as I am now, there are lots of doors that I can't walk into that you can definitely walk into. So I just really want to know, like, have you ever experienced anything like that?
The police marked black on my traffic tickets.
Wait, they what? They what? No, I want to hear that because I'm interested.
You know, you get the B, the W, or the U. You know, the W is for white, the U is for unidentifiable, the B is for black. So it's all based on, the police don't, when they pull you over, they don't say, are you black, are you white? You know, they identify you.
Now, okay, you have compared your journey to Caitlyn Jenner's journey. So, you know, you said there's similarities and there are differences, and you said that people treat Caitlyn, you know, they're accepting to her, but they're not accepting to you. Why do you think that?
Well, I certainly applaud Caitlyn for discovering herself. And I think, you know, again, you know, what does it mean to be a little different from your spouse or your children, and yet no less than 100% mother? You know, are we all entitled to be exactly who we are?
My question to you would be, what made you not say your biological birth,
yes, race?
Yes. What made you not say that?
I mean, I guess, you know, I mean, I've described to you a little bit of the timeline. For example, Howard University, there's no race designation on the application.
Got it.
I didn't, you know, check out. There are no boxes to check.
Can I ask a question? Rachel, when you mentioned that there weren't boxes of race to check in your applications, if there were, what would you have checked?
When I mean, there weren't on the application. There weren't boxes.
But if there were a box, if it said white, Hispanic, Black, Asian, or other, what would you have picked?
I think when it comes to filling out forms, right? The form in particular usually defines things. So, for example, on one of the forms that I filled out, which was called into question this summer, it said white in parentheses, having European ancestry, Black in parentheses, human populations originating in the continent of Africa, and, you know, Native American, it defined that. It's like, okay, I teach, I've been a professor of African history, Black studies.
Yeah, but which one you checked though?
So it's like, when it came, you know, I checked white and Black because we all have human origins in the continent of Africa. I mean, that's true, right? The human populations originating in Africa is everybody.
So it's like putting on a dress. You can just pick what you are, but you want it. Let me just kind of flow on this, right? Maybe there's something that didn't come out when I did my little rant. Let me just pull this wire out because I'm hearing some feedback that shouldn't be there. I don't know why. Maybe it's me. Are you hearing anything like a little funny that you didn't hear before? Maybe it's those phone lines. I'm not sure. But I'm very big on keeping the sound just right. Let me go back to the chat room and let's just chop this up. Let me see. I got so many screens opened up over here. Oh, yeah. God screwed up on a DNA. Richard could do some hair. That's part of a disguise. You know, it's almost like a transvestite, a cross-dresser who studies women so much and wants to be a woman so bad that he outdoes a woman with some of the things that, I don't mean outdoes a woman with what she has naturally, but knowing how to do hair, putting on the makeup and the certain clothes, and they study what comes naturally to you. You know, when I look at a woman, and I mean from an artistic sense, from an appreciation of all things womanly, not a lust sexual thing, but an art form, because God created a beautiful thing when he made a woman. It bedazzles me. There's certain things that a woman doesn't have to learn. It comes naturally, a certain walk. Not the walk when you're out there trying to switch it behind and get somebody to help pay the rent. I'm not putting down my sisters. I'm just saying that I'm in a crazy mood tonight. But you don't have to practice that. It comes naturally, right? So with a Black woman who has that essence, there's something about that Black woman that comes so naturally when she's not trying to go against what she is. That noise is killing me. Maybe this is the let me cut this down. It could be my my headphone. Maybe I should switch headphones. I didn't want those big behind these here. Look, these are just too big and ugly. I didn't want to wear these big frisbees on my ear. You know, big plates. I could eat food out of this bad boy. Look at that. Big suction cups. It's like something off a Lovey doll. You know those plastic love dolls in Times Square? It's like that. I didn't want those over my ear. But it's something that just can't be copied. And you can want it all you want if you're not that. You know, very few people can get that Tina Marie card, and even she couldn't get it completely, but she had more of it. And that's just like a black cat, two black cats having a bunch of cats, and one of the cats come out white. It's a genetic thing, you know, albino or whatever. Who knows what really is the reason why? She's making up all of these excuses and why she can do this and trying to confuse what is. But I tell you, if things really got hot in this world, she would grab for that white privilege card just as fast as can be. See? And I'm not big on the N-word to say, I'm going to say it for effect. She would quickly un-nigger herself. I'm not saying black people are niggers, right? I'm just being relaxed tonight. But she would quickly un-nigger herself. The hair would come out straight. She'd be paler than ever before. Her mannerisms, everything. You know, to her, I guess it's a novelty and something to try on like an outfit. And this is a slap in the face to the sisters who have no choice. When I say have no choice, I don't mean that it's something bad that, oh, you have to endure this and have no choice. The world and white supremacy has made it bad for men and women, for something that is so mighty, from something that they came from. Imagine hating your parents. And I could understand in a case of molestation where you can hate a parent or both parents from one being silent and the other one doing something to somebody. So if that's the case, I can understand you doing that. But in normal terms, imagine actually hating your parents. Well, that's the modus operandi of this world, that they hate their parents. They came from us. Well, okay, she's right. You can trace things back to Mother Africa and to black people, yes. But this is what you are. The whole full range of the human family, and you walk away from what you are, and now you want to be us. See, if the world was a just place, many of us and most of us really wouldn't have a problem with that now, would we? If the world was a just place, right? And she successfully sued Howard University as a white woman for reverse discrimination. See, that's arrogance. Because if you got a problem with your whiteness, why are you coming down on the university and saying reverse discrimination? That's arrogance, because many of these white women, and especially those who are spoiled and used to affluence, they want to have everything that they want. Now, Rachel Dolezal couldn't settle for just saying, well, I want to get a little darker, I want to boost up my lips a little bit, or do a few kickbacks and get something shot in my butt. You know what I mean? Do a little plastic surgery with my body and try to twang my speech a little bit and be a black woman wannabe. No, she has to go now and go on a rampage because she can't have it to the core, to the bone. There's definitely has, look, we have penis envy, don't we? Well, there's melanin envy. And that form of mine just got all screwed up. I got to talk to you about that, Sweet Berry. I'm going to probably try to fix that up this tomorrow, and I'll tell you why. But anyway, that's a classic case of melanin envy. That's really what it is, but it goes deeper than the skin. It's the essence. And after all we've been through in this world and continue to go through because of the color of our skin, that essence that we've developed, that strength that we've attained, you just can't get that off the rack, Rachel Dolezal. See, it's like going to the gym. You've been working out for years. You developed a fine body, like polished furniture, every detail of the physique. I remember those days back in the day. And that speaks for itself of the hard work that you have to put in if you're not using steroids. But she wants to use steroids to get what we have. Most people want what we have, but they don't envy the struggle. They don't envy what it took to get here. The way we can look at each other and speak to each other and know what we're saying with minimal words, rather, right? And there's certain things that fascinate him. What did he mean by that? A certain way. What did he mean? Because they can study our language and study us, but we can take it to a higher frequency in our communications. And they're like that radio that can't pick up the frequency that we're freely using and putting out into the atmosphere. They can't break that down. They must have and look at everything and have everything that we have and be able to decipher and know and monitor and investigate. When I used to work in corrections, some of the men who worked, I won't say what area, but we had to do cell checks and we had to check the inmates. And I hate to use that word because most times I feel like an inmate in this country. They say we're free, but only where they want you to walk. And that's the way it is in a jail, prison, incarceration. I'm free, but I better not be seen with my big black head somewhere in a neighborhood where I don't so-called belong. Establishment where there are not too many people who look like me and everybody turns around for a second. You know what I mean? I was speaking to my stepson today, and we were speaking about, and I'll get back on the subject, but I want to throw this out there since I love to tell my stories. And we were speaking about this bicycle shop here in Orlando, Florida, but I didn't know that many of the people who work there and some of the owners are very racist, and that comes from inside information. We don't just throw that around any old kind of way. But I told him, I said, I didn't know that. He said, yeah, you go in there and sometimes they just look at you and they just don't even offer to help you. And I get a lot of that here. You think, they project things out about Orlando and the tourism and everything. You come to some of the places where it's off the beaten path of tourism. You'll find out real quick. So I told him, I said, really, they do that? And I haven't gone there much. I bought my unicycle from there, and I bought another bicycle. I think I bought 2 bicycles in the last 10 years from there, right? They're really good bicycles, and I'm due for another one. I collect bikes like it's crazy. I think this doesn't fit right. You know what I mean? Let me get a bike. But I want to have one that can go a little further, a little lighter, not the racing type, but something strong and swift, because I love riding a bike like a little kid. I can be gone for hours on a bike. But anyway, he said, well, how would you deal with that? And I said, I wouldn't go in there and just standing and act like I'm begging. First of all, knowing that I'm not going to spend my money there. but I will mess with people. I said, well, what am I going to do? Well, he said, what are you going to do? I said, this is what you do when you're into a situation like that. When you go into a store and you stand there and there are enough people to help you, and you pick up that thing, well, just walk around the store. Just walk around. Keep a straight face. Don't smile. Just walk around. Walk around serious. You know what I mean? Kind of muscular, because he's muscular, kind of strong, intimidating. Walk around, walk the whole joint. Look them in the eye. Wave to somebody outside that's imaginary and go outside. They think, okay, he's gone. Then come back. They're thinking you're robbing the place because that's how they think, and you use their mind against them. Sir, can I help you? And they're looking outside and whatnot, and you find out all the information you want. You talk to them, and they'll give you that Colgate fake smile, and when you're done using them, walk out again. That's how you do it. Play with these people. You already know how many of them are. So why should it be a shock? I can give classes on this, and it's those small intangibles that many people are in denial about dealing with race in this country. And it's not everybody, and we know that. Big shout out to, maybe he might not want me to put his name out there, but I'll say the initials JS. He's doing a documentary on gentrification here in Orlando as it relates to the soccer stadium, because down here in Orlando, it's a really big issue right here. They don't put it out there in their media, but it's a hot topic, and the politicians here have been planning this for a long time because the Paramore neighborhood is a historic African-American neighborhood. But behind the drugs and the police harassment and the joblessness and different things, they've been choked. And they're right across on the other side of downtown, on the other side of I-4. And they're trying to expand. They made the Amway Center. They have Camping World, which used to be the Citrus Bowl. So they finished up the soccer stadium, sold out all the tickets for the season, right in the middle of the hood. And you had many local politicians who were pushing for it because they had favor from the white politicians and the Mayor Buddy Dyer. So he made sure certain ones got elected. And they were the go-between. And they screwed the people over. But then again, many of the people didn't do the right thing. They've been here for so many hundreds of years. A lineage of families there, and not many. Some bought the property that they lived in, and many didn't. So when the properties started to get, the rug pulled from under them, less and less, and they use the laws to condemn certain properties, and people are getting locked up. They're letting the drugs go on, so the cops are locking people up. So parents that want to leave a certain property to their kids and children, the kids can't maintain it because they don't have the money or a steady job, and they have these records, and they're going for lawyers and paying court fees and living unstable. Well, you know how it goes, but it's very visible. And they're trying to put out an image now where, oh no, that's not going on here. And they really did the folks there bad. So this young man, college student, he's into video and film and all of this stuff. And we get along just fine. And we're going to do some things together. He found me on YouTube, and he wanted for me to come down and kind of, rant. Oh, and I ranted. Oh, yes. So whenever he's finished with it, and I do, and this guy does things right. He reached out to certain people who were in certain positions, top guys in the soccer stadium, certain politicians, movers and shakers, and he wanted to give a fair assessment. But my thing was, look at this. This guy is not making money out of this, and he can possibly make a lot of money out of this, right? But he said, when they dropped the soccer stadium there, when they made plans for putting it there, I dug a little deeper, and I saw what it was doing to the neighborhood and how they had no respect for the traditionally African-American neighborhood that was there. This is a young white guy. Look how much talent we have in our own community that we use it in a wayward way. Here's a guy who's not in that community, who's concerned about preserving the heritage and legacy of that community. And there are many people who live there who just don't give a damn. Yo, man, you got $2, man. I'm trying to get these trees, man. You know what I'm saying? So-and-so. This is my hood, man. This is my hood. You're saying it's your hood, but you've not invested anything in it. You say it's your hood, right? But you're not going down to the community meetings. You're not going downtown to see what they have planned for that neighborhood 5 and 10 years from now. And this is not just about down here. This is the whole country. The whole country. This is going on. And many people feel so passive, like, well, it's going to happen anyway. They target you and they destabilize these neighborhoods over time. because they're tearing down apartment complexes. Nobody's buying up the property. And a lot of these preachers, a lot of these politicians who know better, they're not going to say anything about it because they're in a position to gain from cooning against their own people. And so they say, well, you know, we have many good factions out here, whatever. Who's the movers and the shakers? Why do I? And I love what I do. But I'm just saying it this way. I'm a daggone bus driver. I'm getting up in middle age. I'm from New York City. I can say the hell with these people down here. I'm not saying I'm some Superman and I'm going to do, but I have concern. So I'll take a day on my weekend and go. That's why I didn't do a lot of videos today, which that's people say, well, you did a lot yesterday. We're waiting for it. Well, you know, you got some more coming tomorrow. But it hits me this way. And I said, man, I got to do my part. And if me speaking out on a documentary from an amateur video dude he's going to put this thing really together good, somebody's got to speak. Because see, I have nothing to lose. They're not giving me any money. I'm not getting any political donations, and I'm not in anybody's pocket. So I put it down. I don't brag about, no. Right there on Westmoreland and Church Street. Yes, we were right there in the corner. We had the mic, we had the camera, and I just said, okay. I asked him. I said, "Is this family friendly? You know, can I be a little more adult? Can I be fiery?" And you know how my YouTube videos can get. He said, "Man, just be raw. Just be yourself." So I didn't cuss or anything like that, but I put some passion into it. I just zoned out with the third eye open, and I just, you know, Mr. Scurv was there. He was there. People were driving by like, what the heck? We know that guy. He's the bus driver. He doesn't have the uniform on. And what is this all about? But whatever you can do, we have to do it. Another thing, Pine Hills, that is known as Crime Hills, right where I am right now. Like, again, I don't see or hear any gunshots, and I live pretty good right here. This is a nice pocket of it. There is an area here in Pine Hills that a little more activity goes on. But again, it's the hopelessness, joblessness, the drugs that are being dropped, the weapons that are being dropped. And they focus on, you know, oh, it's so bad over there. We'll get back to racial Dolezal, but let me kind of flow. You know, yeah, it's the Jamaican in me. And so I kind of re-up with the Jamaican feel because Mrs. Scurv is Jamaican. Pumping me with all this food. But my father put some good, you know, work ethic inside of me, and I love it. You know what I mean? My thing is one thing at a time. You multitask continually. You always got to have something going. When I'm doing one thing, there's something else coming. It's like a fight. I'm throwing a jab, but you got something coming behind that. And my mind is always ahead. Like I would say in 2015, my mind was already in 2017. We're in 2017 right now. My mind is in the beginning of 2019. Sometimes there are things that get in your way and obstacles and challenges or different roads you'd have to take as a detour to reach your goals, but you got to have something in front of you to reach for. You just don't float in this thing. And there's a lot of things I don't know. Opportunities open up. And that's what I want to say about this. Visualization is very important. Big ups to The Wire, 98.5, Pine Hills Radio. Maybe many of you don't know what that means, but it's a radio station for Pine Hills. Most of the media here in Orlando doesn't care about us or anybody who looks like me. They don't give a damn. They're Republican and right wing, and if they are not Republican or right wing, they don't, you know, we're like the lowest of the low. They give us the Colgate smile. There are a lot of cool people out here who are not like that, and I just can't say everybody's like that. But in positions of power, you may have some cool people who are in media here that work for the media, but they can't really say what they want to say. They see it, but that's their job. So they have to follow through with the mission statement and the unwritten rules and mission statements form. So now, and we have papers and newspapers, but they're scared because they're still trying to get the mainstream money in the advertising. But big ups to Mr. Paul Porter. He was a program director for BET, and he's here now in Orlando with 98.5 The Wire. They play hip hop and R&B. They don't play the crazy stuff. They're more classic. They have lots of talk shows, and there's a lot of programming and things open. And guess who he's talking to? So when I found this out 2 weeks ago, and I looked, I said, wait a second. Pine Hills has a radio station now? That's dope, because that's what I'm going to do. That's what I was going to do on a lower level, to broadcast for a couple of miles with some equipment that I found. And I just got to bust my butt, do the Jamaican thing, work 19 jobs, and I get it. But I said, this guy's already got it. I started to visualize. I said, you know what? Maybe he sees what I do, and he might appreciate it, but I'm not going to push myself down anybody's throat. And I prayed on that for a while. And so I gave him some good tweets and different things. He followed me on Twitter on his personal page. I hope he's listening right now. And on the actual website, or his Twitter, you know, for the station, he followed me. I'm like, whoa, he doesn't follow too many people, you know, so there's a little respect there. So I reached out to him in a tweet, and he reached back out to me, and then he hit me back on the phone from his phone and said, listen, if there's anything that I can do to help you, you let me know. Man, it touched me. Let me see. Y'all don't believe me? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Is this phone off? No, it's not. I'm going to save that tweet, because you know what? People don't reach out to people these days who are in power positions. And we'll get back to Rachel Dolezal, but I just want to kind of bring you up to par on what's happening with me here. Okay, I had so many millions of messages coming, and not really millions, but okay. I'm just seeing your message, Sweet Berry. Okay, let me see. Here it is. Here it is. And he wants you to do some video for him, and I'm going to do, but okay, I got to show it in a tweet, because that's the personal messages that we sent. And there's classified information on that, so I wouldn't want to put his number out there like that. Okay, here we go. Let's see. And I'm so proud. We do have some new coming, some really professional, customized graphics coming. And let me see if you can see this. I'll show that part. See there? See the message there from Paul Porter? You know, who knows? I'm a hard worker, y'all. He said, I'm here 24/7. Let me know how I can help you on any level. Right? So that's a blessing. And if you're listening, Paul, thank you so much, man. I know you're a busy man, and I just want to be a plus. I'm not going to ride your coattails or look for hookups. I'm a hardworking dude. I'm not even looking for, oh, give me some money, man, because I'm so-and-so. Let me just help. I'm just doing what I do. But it would be nice to get an hour or 30 minutes, put the LanceScurv show all over, because that's some hell of a reach that he has. I'm driving across town. I'm like, this is a real radio station. But anyway, we need more of that. We need to support it. So The Wire 98.5 on Twitter, follow them. Just if you're on Twitter, just follow them. You know, just make the numbers go up. And if a person is really about it, he's doing the damn thing, that makes me feel good. Because as a person who lives here and a citizen, it's nice to have a media platform that I can go to and call a dude and say, listen, I need to say something. Even if I don't have a show, that would be nice, right? But, you know, I have all the equipment here. I can kind of run something, and it's like about maybe 1.5 miles from where I live, where they're based. But it would be nice to say, or have that kind of access, because in actuality, that's power. When you can mobilize the minds of a community, and we don't have that across the board locally. You know, we get sucked into the Sirius radio and these larger corporate black sounding platforms, right? But will they really deal with you on that local level, or are they just part of something bigger? Access to them. Can you call them with a concern, and, you know, for them to come and get the message out? So if I'm useful for that, even that alone, I'm not even looking for notoriety. I'm not even looking to put my face out there, whatever have you, but to serve, man. Saying man, I'm not calling any woman here man, but you're right. We lack organization, and a lot of us lack that desire to want to serve. Oh, we're okay when we're serving the country and corporate interests to go overseas and kill somebody, right? But we can't kill our enemy here. We can't serve our community here. And I don't mean kill with a gun, right? But kill anything that comes against us and our growth in pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So they say. Black Wall Street. And stop us but we have to, assimilate into the bigger and just sit down somewhere and be glad that we can have whatever they deem is okay for us to have. But we can't have any more. And back to Rachel Dolezal, the arrogance of the white woman. And so, okay, I know right now there are many white women that are watching that have texted me and they know. And you all know that I'm not talking about you, the ones I know personally who I know are not like that. But I'm going to talk about what I see. I'm not going to sit here, oh, I saw this and talk about it whispering. I don't care who is watching. I'm going to speak my mind on my experiences. And if I happen to be incorrect in any of my assessments, I'm intelligent enough to take it if you bring truth and we speak on a level of intelligence. But I'm speaking from a level of my experiences. Yeah, we hardly have newspapers like back in the day, Marcus Garvey or the Order, the Nation of Islam. Very important to have media. Very important to bring and mobilize. Imagine if we had bloggers, those who write, YouTubers, those who do videos, those who do live streams, those who do artwork. I do all of that, don't I, right? But we put it on one big platform across the country. I mean, that would be awesome. Grassroots Black news across the country. And it's so easy to get just the basic stuff to do it. Even if you just want to write and get an app on your phone where you can do a blog. It doesn't have to be something pretty. But we organize it from city to city. And I've suggested this time and time again, put it out there, and I don't hear anything. I'm not saying for those who are here who are enjoying the shows and different things. I love the support, and I love the support that others get that don't even know who I am, right? Support them. There's not a competition. But where do we tie it all in? We're all separate. We're broken down, and we're walking around here like the five blind men feeling up on the elephant. One feels a leg and says, oh, the elephant's like a tree trunk. The other one feels the ear and says it feels like clothes on the line. You see what I mean? That horny chick feels the trunk and says, ooh, this feels like something else. A couple of you dudes will say that too, right? But we all have our perceptions, which are cool, but there's got to be one unifying platform. And like Jewish media, they don't play. They could be in the bed, sleep, and hear something that was done against another Jew. The so-called, we know we hijacked our culture and who we are, right? So when they hear that, they spring up. Everything stops. Oh, hold on, let me see what's going on here. Because it concerns them and it's something from the heart, because they know that if it's someone else that day, it could be them the next day. And they're all one. So why can't we spend our time? And Mr. Scurv is watching television and doing some stuff, watching some educational things on YouTube and talking to friends right now. She can hear me. The door is wide open. And we work together as a team. But why? If I have all of this stuff in here and access to putting out a message, why can't I sit down for a little time and dedicate that time to inspiring and motivating and just sharing some things that are going on over here? Y'all didn't know about a Pine Hills radio station. Well, it's important to you because you might come out here on a vacation that may happen, unfortunately, that could have been prevented if we were all hip to it through the radio station here. It's very important. People come here from all over the world and will hear that station. So why can't the locals here help to donate some money to them, which I'm going to donate some money. People donate money to me, and I'm going to do it back, and we keep it circulating, and not just money, but elbow grease, time. I would like to knock some doors and help people out there. There's a Michael Jackson lookalike. It's freaking me out. He doesn't look, you could tell it's not him, but it's kind of spooky. What is this? Extra Weekend? What channel is this? Orlando City. It's an Orlando channel. He can't dance for Jack, though. He looks like him, though. But, yeah, the Jews are organized. If you don't pay your tithes and try to go to another, they will find out. Yeah. Oh, Malaya. Really? 713 in France. Red hot candles. I'm sitting here looking toward the TV screen and not looking at the chat room. Yes, a blog. Whatever we can do. Rebecca Brockett. How are you, Rebecca Brockett? Yeah, on what they deem as fake news. And that can come back to bite us too, because wow, here in France, each community is organized except Black people. And that's, yeah, and they'll put you out too, right, Nicole? Why is it that we're that way? I mean, I know we're supposed to speak about Rachel Dolezal, but let's just flow and we'll bring it back when you want. But why is it that way? Why is it that we just don't get it? And there's nothing wrong with us, you know. Oh, yeah, there's some things in general that are wrong with us in how we see each other, right? But we can do it because we exhibit brilliance when it comes to the things of decadence. So why can't we put that same focus in things that will build us up? And it's almost like we don't want to see us built up. It's almost like we enjoy being on the low part of the totem pole. I just don't get it. It hurts me. When I was walking down, I snapped a little picture today. Mr. Scurv took a picture of me across from the soccer stadium, and many people on Facebook made comments and stuff. Thanks for the nice comments. You know, somebody texted me. I don't know who it was. Dag, Scurv, your head really is big. I'm like, yeah, that's why I covered up my glasses and put the earphones. No, this is something I've always done with the glasses. I'm talking about from high school. I've always done that when I had hair. I still have hair. I just voluntarily shave it off. I just like it like this because it gives me more time in the day. I don't have to worry about, oops, I got to go to the barber and cut this and cut this. Just whack it all off. It's got to be important, right? But wow, France, I would love to speak with you. I would love to have you call in sometime and really vibe on whenever. We'll set it up, a Skype or whatever. I'm trying to pipe in Skype to Google, and there are a few obstacles with that. I've been researching, but I found a bootleg way that I could do it, and I'm going to do it. But they put on the screen right next to me. You can see the person's face, but you can also hear them. I want to join that sound together too. So, Brother Barton, whenever you get a chance, come to the studio, man. Maybe next weekend, and we'll work on that, because I told you about that, and I know you have the brilliance to help it and make it happen. Gamer G, big shout out. When you come back to Orlando, I want to see you here. I want you to talk, man. Even though you're not a public person that way, you can sit on the other side and we could vibe. I shortened the table a little bit so we have more space here, and it's just pristine, and I'm loving it. I love the vibe here in my little studio. All are here, and even when I have the shows off, I feel like you guys are here because the comments that you leave, the things that you say, it really does affect me in a good way. But what's wrong with Black people, y'all? Why don't we get it? And my thing is the hate that we give to each other. Straight up hate. And then we want to act like we're not hating and we're not doing it. But what do you mean? You know, I'm not hating on you. You know, I see Jala. We're getting some good names up in here. Red hot candles. Candle wax doesn't burn that bad. That's some freaky stuff. But anyway, what's wrong with us? It's almost like people, and I don't put out there what I do in normal life. I do the whole Clark Kent thing, but people are like, you're different. What is it that you're up to? You know? And when I say, okay, I do this, I do this, I do that, and they're like, you don't do all of that stuff. What got you into this? You know, and then you have to explain it. I don't mind opening up my world, you know, and explaining. Let me open this up here. Okay. I have locked the conference. The conference is open at 832 wanted to call in. Feel free to call in if you're still listening. I know we had some trolls on one of my test shows. Folks are calling the conference line when there's no shows. What are y'all doing? Don't let me find out. I'll call up and hear y'all doing some phone stuff. You know what I mean? It's happened on other people's conferences and stuff when they leave it open and you can call in and utilize it anonymously and do some freaky stuff. But I do understand that, you know, my thing is that it's not just relegated to America, right? Here, but you know, the majority of the whole transatlantic slave trade, I'm not going to say the majority, but a lot of it is not even here in America. South America. And I want to also say that Dr. Vibrant Muhammad has been busy. We have not forgotten our Sunday show, but homeboy is working. He is popping it. And the cat's out the bag. He does plan on bringing Minister Louis Farrakhan here to Orlando. That's his plan. And I hinted it, look, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx it, but Akbar was here, right? And let's do the whole algebraic equation. Dr. Vibert Muhammad is my buddy. He's buddies with Louis Farrakhan. If Louis Farrakhan comes to Orlando, I'm not saying, I don't want to jinx it. You know where I'm going with that, but that would be sweet. That would be sweet. I got to get this studio. I got to paint it like over again and do everything over again and have it sweet. You know what I mean? And hook him up with some Mrs. Scurv's Kitchen. And that would be, I can hear him now. Oh, dear brother, it's you with a wonderful wife who cooks some wonderful food to keep you strong, to do your live streams and get the word out. Imagine that. I've definitely got to get a soundbite out of him if I ever meet him, but I do really want to meet him seriously, though, face to face, and I probably would collapse. Because even when I met Akbar, I know these men are human beings, and I know people are flawed and there's things, and, I don't worship any man. But for somebody to listen to his word and things he said coming up in New York City and the videotapes, and, it's not just about Islam, right? Or what Orthodox Islam will say, that's not real, whatever. He spoke boldly as a black man on issues that other people shied away from. And that was music to my ears. And the song, White Man's Heaven is a Black Man's Hell, believe it or not, my father purchased that record. It was sitting around. Before we moved to Queens in 1968, we lived in Manhattan. 454 West 152nd Street, apartment 54. I'll never forget it. Remember that address from 5 years old? I know how to get there too. But that record was there. And I used to play, records, 45s. And what's the song I used to love? Wilson Pickett, In the Midnight Hour. Little did I know it was prophetic words for the activities that I would be indulging in my late teens and early 20s, really crazy. But there was another record there that I used to play, and it was almost like my bedtime story, is a Black Man's Hell. And we had one of these record players, it was like a box, and one side was the radio. The other side, you slid back the door. It was a big square thing. It was big speakers built in, and you slid back the other side, and it was a phonograph, record player side, and it had a light on the inside, and I'd cut it on, and I would turn it down low, and I always played this song before I went to bed. He had the violin. John Hawkins showed up in our country, telling us of a land filled of luxury. He said, black man, follow me to America. There you'll find more gold for your labor. Our foreparents were tricked on to his boat. I know the whole song, y'all. I played in my head. And that was Minister Farrakhan on the record that said Louis X. So here I am, 3 years old. Mommy, play that song, 4 and 5 when I can get up there and play it myself. And I used to just look at the record, turn it around, just watching it. Just watching it. I even love the scratches on that record, right? And just the way he sung it. And it gave me a concept of what was in the world in my little baby mind. My father taught me the real deal. My mother taught me the real deal. Even my brother, before drugs really hit him hard, my older brother. And being exposed to those things in New York City, but to hear this man's voice from so young and have it affect me like that, so young, and then in the tapes that would play in different establishments coming up and being through Harlem and Washington Heights and different parts of Brooklyn, different parts of Queens, 80s, and come up to the Million Man March. And this man escort me through life with the words he said. And I see his stuff on YouTube now, and it's like, wow. Joe Neckbone can tell you, you can pass by my house anytime. If I was home, I was rocking one of them long tapes. And I used to sit there in videotapes and sit there and just listen. I had the cassette tapes I'd play in my van or my Lincoln Town Car, whatever car I had, to it. I didn't want to hear music sometime. I wanted to hear those perspectives. And a lot of the things I'm influenced to say come from that root, because your mind is opened up. And yes, my father did a wonderful job, but it's just something about Minister Farrakhan. And there's some things I may not, as an adult, agree with. I'm not some person who doesn't think, But to come around now, could you imagine how I feel? To come around, not only with having the possibility of meeting him like so many, oh yeah, I met him, but the possibility, a strong possibility, I mean a super strong possibility of seeing that man walk through my door. I'm not going to throw fake tears, but get ready, I'm going to cry. I'm not crying for some entertainer who I'm not starstruck like this. It's not even a starstruck thing. This is like family to me. And I would love to have this man sit next to me. And I would love to tell him my story real quick. And I know there are many people who feel that way. But wow, that would really get me. And again, you don't have to agree with everything he says. You don't have to like the man. But all I'm saying is that connection, how life comes full circle. And with me, it seems that that's the way it works out. Bodybuilding idols that I've had, I've interviewed them. I have their phone numbers in my phone. Admire him. I used to listen to him. So it freaked me out to meet him face to face a couple of years ago in Fort Pierce, and then turn around and interview him a couple of times a few years ago when I was on Blog Talk. And then to have him a couple weeks ago sit here in the room with me, you know, and I have a picture in my phone. I'll put it on of I have it cut off. I have to put it back on. It's a screensaver. And Vibrant sent it to me. They sent it to me, and I put it as a screensaver, and I can't take it off. I was like, dang, I got to dig in this phone and find it. And of course, this is going to take like forever. It has 2 SIM cards, so it has 2 numbers in it. So that's one of the phones, and this is the other one that has 1 SIM card in it. And long story. Why does he have so many phones? What, are you a drug dealer? No, I'm a truth dealer. You know. But wow. No chills for 2K. How are you? How are you? Yes. Yeah, Nicole. I'm gonna really, if he was sitting here, and Leon, yes. If he was sitting here, that would be a great show, and it would be from the heart. Oh, here's the picture. Look at that. Me, Akbar, and Vibrant. Right in front of the house after we did our videotaping. See, but this code thing pops up. It opens up the screen. Okay, there it is. Now it has all my apps and everything, so you have to look through the apps. But you see me there. You see Brother Akbar there in the middle, and Brother Vibrant there on the right side. And that was after we had the show. So to come, it's spooky almost. Let me tell you something. That lets me know there are other levels to our existence more than just what people see, you know? Yeah, it came through clear. I can see it on the screen. That's something else. That's to comfort when you have things in your mind and a mission, it's almost like it pulls these certain energies to you. You know, when you're a firebrand and you live for something, doesn't mean you're perfect. People cut me off on the road. I'm like, oh man, cut me off on the road. People give me the finger, and sometimes I might even give the finger back, you know. But I try to live my life a certain way, right? And when you have a certain energy about you and you're focused, there's something divine that pulls you together. We have this medium called live streaming and internet and stuff like that. And many of you who are here, we love on each other. You know what I mean? And many times you have to correct me. Many times I may be wrong on certain things because I may not be developed as much in a certain area. And you pull me aside and say, listen, Scurv, you know, kind of check that, and I'm humble. And this is what makes me better because I learn from you guys every time, whether during a show, I'm ranting now, but afterwards, something I'll say said, you need to check this fact that I'm showing this to you in love. And it could be somebody who brings something to me that I never talked to before and never hear from them again. But they kind of take my hand and lead me in the right direction. And this is what's so divine. This is what's helping to develop me even more so. You don't stop developing when you hit a certain age. You know, April 8th, I'm 54 years old. And doing all of this stuff and having my mind so enthralled with positivity is keeping me young. I really don't feel age. Now, maybe in 5 years, 10 years, it'll catch up with me, whatever. I am getting older and I can see it. I can see the structure of my face changing a little bit, and my body is much different than it used to be. And, you know, those things. Yes, I understand. We're not going to live on this level forever, but we will live forever. But we just have to throw this body down, give it back to the earth, and continue on our journey once we make the transition. Right? But it's just something about the energy of people, the energy of how we attract certain people, how we affect people. And I'm very careful with my energy. right? And that has helped me, and has helped me to draw good people to me. And there are many demonic forces out there that would try to get in the middle of that. You know what I mean? But fooey on them, because I'm connected to something mightier. I'm relentless. I'm not saying that like I'm relentless and I'm mighty. It's what I'm connected up to. We all have our way of expressing the higher power that we're connected to. Some say God, some say Allah, some say the Creator, the Most High, the higher power, the higher bit, whatever you want to call it. Call it whatever you want to call it. But the more you connect yourself to that, the more mightier you'll get. And that's a sincere thing. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yes, I am holier than thou. There were some dudes on the bus, man, look at that girl. Man, she got some, man, her booty, so-and-so. I got booty here to play with, but it was like, I said, yeah, you're right. But, you know, that's not for me. You know, so we're human. And I embrace that. I don't lie about that. Be real with yourself. This is a journey. Let's enjoy it. Let's laugh. Let's have fun. You don't have to carry all this baggage. We don't have to carry a mask. So I have to be this way. And for the look, and this is why when people call me and we speak in private, they're like, oh, I can't believe I'm talking. Well, you can't, I'm just a regular dude. No, but you sound the way you do on the shows. Well, this is the way I talk. Sometimes a little more raspy when I've been talking all day, right? But this is the beauty of it. If you don't like me, you don't like me because you don't like me. But you know what I am, so, you know, even that's sincere. Well, you're sincere in not liking me, but at least you had a chance to know who I am. And if you like me, then that's cool too. But we're all flowing. You might like me 5 years from now, not appreciate me now. You know? So everybody has their different ways of dealing, but why don't we just try to make something happen because we're really passing through? And that's why I went down to help Brother John, I'll call him. And again, like I said, he's a white man, but I like him. I like his spirit. And I wish, and I'm not putting my own people down, but he's in his early 20s, middle 20s, and he's laid back. And this is the first time I met him today, and he reached out to me, right? And I said, okay, I'll come downtown. I'll meet with you. We spoke, you know, but he's so soft-spoken, but a beautiful spirit because he's so concerned about an ailing people that doesn't have the same skin color like him, that comes from a whole different mindset, not just because they're black, but they've been subjected to things, and it's a hood now. And he still looks at them as human beings. And I shared some things with him that he said, wow, you know, that was probably one of the best pieces I got. I learned some things. And I said, listen, you know how I talk, so I'm not going to bite my tongue. You know, I'm not talking about you per se, but I have to speak on things as they are. That's the only way that it's going to resonate with people. Because people can tell when you fake, you know? Yeah, let's get on Rachel. Let's get on Rachel, right? Let's get on Rachel. Where we going to get on Rachel? Listen, you talk about let's get on Rachel. Why don't you call in and help me out now? Because I done put out a few videos, 2 videos in the last couple of days. Give it a call in, 3769. I'm going to put the number right here. Come on. So I'm going to ask you, my Mathis, when we going to get on Rachel? Call the number, call on in. Let me see if anybody else is here on the line. Jack, man, you can talk. You can talk, man. Under my mouth, man. I didn't even know you were here because I can only open up one screen. I don't want to line up the computers around me.
I knew you were here. I was trying to, I don't know, I kind of been trying to reach you.
Yes.
I realized I got you in like my contact. I got you in my contact book, but I have 3 different numbers for you, and none of them are your text number. I noticed you got a new text number.
Yeah, and I have to really, I got to get rid of 2 numbers. I mean, I'm grandfathered with T-Mobile, so I can keep all these numbers and not pay a whole lot. But for the sake of simplicity, I got to use the one original number. And we've been so busy each weekend to go to T-Mobile and snatch them down, and I decided which one of the numbers it was going to be. Maybe I can do this tomorrow. Money by getting rid of 2 of those 3 numbers. And I've had other, within the last 4 years, I think I've had like about 10 different numbers. You know, it's just
No,
crazy.
And I looked in the live description and I found out it was a fourth number in it.
Yeah. Like even when I was doing the videotaping today, after you know, John, that's his name. I'm gonna put his last name out there. He's like, he's very polite. He's like, Lance, what number can I call you on? I'm like, it is confusing. It is confusing. So I gotta keep it as one.
No, I mean the thing is, Lance, is like my old phone got destroyed.
Right.
I dropped it in water.
Wow.
and it just went up, you know, with Brother Najib's numbers.
Oh man.
Luckily I had a backup though, and I gave Najib what I wanted to give him.
Right.
So, you know, everything settled on that end, but I lost, you know, about 2 weeks worth of text messages.
Oh God.
And some of your more recent numbers, but I think this is your new text. I think I got the right text number now.
Yeah, well, the one I'm using now that's so convenient. I'm gonna put it up in the room. I don't, you know, my numbers. You can put it on the bathroom wall. Don't matter to me. Everybody has my numbers. You know what I mean? It's a 321-310-7326. All the other numbers work. It's just that this blue phone, my fingers are so fat that when I use it to punch, it's like it just hits 2 and 3 things. And a lot of time, like I get so frustrated with it. This other phone, the Samsung.
On the Android.
Well, yeah, and I can switch it around, you know, but I like the convenience of having the 2 SIM cards in this because I do have the multiple numbers. But the Samsung works so much better for me. It just responds better. And this is a company in Venezuela that makes these blue phones, you know. But I do think we have Samsungs that have dual SIM cards.
Right.
But
you know, I was looking at
mm-hmm.
you remember that show you did with Black Lion about the surviving and everything like that?
Yeah.
I was looking at some satellite phones.
Yes. I looked at them too.
Them satellite phones is
Yeah, no, I was looking at them too.
Yeah. See, the thing about them satellite phones is
expensive.
It's like it's $100 for 80 minutes or 73 minutes or something.
Well,
like that.
see, the thing is that when we were speaking, that was more of a doomsday thing, more of a survival thing. Like when everything is shut down and these cell towers are shut down, you have that in tow where you can whip that out.
Right, but who are you going to call if everything's down?
Well, yeah, I mean, other countries. I mean, you know, if everything's down, you know, somebody else who has a satellite phone, right? Or maybe just what's going on here in the country, it's down, and the rest of the country may not, you know, I mean, there may be parts of the country where you can call family over on the other side, East Coast, West Coast, next state over. It can be just your county that's shut down. You know, so
Right.
That remains to be seen, but you have an option when you have that. And I want to see if you have to keep paying each month, even if you're not using it, or is it like a pay-as-you-go type thing if you have different plans. But I think each phone, the phone's like about $2,000 for those phones and more. $1,300
well, I mean,
is the cheapest.
Has one for like $800.
Yeah.
But, you know.
But I mean, it's not like that's a utility. That's not something where I got a satellite phone. I'm playing some dope games on them. I got apps on them. It's a utility. That's a survival thing. That's another option. That's a worthy investment. You know?
Right. But see, the thing is that when I looked at it, and apparently what you do is, you said you can call another person with a satellite phone, and I'm doubtful of that, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
It's because every time you pay, let's say, okay, so the way I understand satellite phone works is you pay for a SIM card. You pay,
mm-hmm.
and you get a SIM card, and that SIM card has a set number of minutes on it, and then on top of that, it expires.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Right.
That's a hustle.
All right. And the thing is, you get a new phone number each time. Your phone number never stays the same.
What?
So you can't keep your number. You lose that number after you lose those minutes, because after those minutes expire, your service is shut off. and for every time you activate, you get a new number.
Right.
From what I understand, and so you can buy, you know, $100 for like 80 minutes, and then you can buy such and such for like what, 200 minutes and such. $500 gets you, I believe, like what, several hours, and you get to keep that for 180 days at the most.
Yeah, well,
and if you don't use those minutes, you just lose it, and you lose that number as well.
oh, that's bad. So you have to, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. That's what you're telling me.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
Yes.
That's terrible.
But no, the satellite phone, you can probably get one for $700. But that's without
that's just the hardware. That's all that is. Yeah.
That's just the hardware.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, well, you know, what do you think?
If you're gonna be on a boat somewhere, I mean, yeah, no, but if you're gonna be on like a boat somewhere, or like, you know, one thing I noticed is, I used to be a security guard at an oil company, and what I know, you know, one thing I noticed when I was, you know, in that oil company for the while I was is their comms equipment, their communication equipment was on point, and I saw, you know, the executives, because, you know, I was actually smart enough, stationed by the executives, because, you know, apparently they wanted me to represent the company to the executives who hire the company.
Right.
But anyway, those executives, they carry those satellite phones. They have them on the ready. I just noticed them sitting on top of cabinets.
Makes you wonder.
Things like that.
What do they know that we don't?
Yeah.
With each other. If a disaster happens, you know, and I mean, you know, they probably get breaks on them with the minutes and everything because of the company and everything, you know, because they're crucially important. So a regular person who, you know, is looking to, you know, get a hold of that, you're going to have to pay. I see that. And they make it pretty tough. Makes you really wonder, you know. But a lot of folks are asking, like, say, hey, you advertise Rachel Dolezal. What do you think? And what do you think about her whole situation?
Well, I honestly think, it doesn't really make me any difference. I mean,
well, we know that.
If that's what she wants to be, that's what she wants to. If that's what she wants to be, that's what she wants to be. You know, I don't know. I view it the same as at this point, you know, that's something like that, what she's doing. I view it the same as a white person in the hip hop culture. That's essentially what, in my mind, it equates to. Because, you know, if she's essentially, to me, it's like the white person who wears their hat backwards and they speak the slang and they dance to the music and they emulate the dance and they emulate the culture, although they're not actually part of the culture.
But see, it goes deeper than that, because she's telling the world that she is black. You know, I mean, these guys who, you know, when they go through their phases, and there are people who are white who are in the hip hop culture from day one, came up in it, and they are the real thing, in essence, because that's something that you can put on, that's something you can get into. You can be a black guy and get into hard rock. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that you were there at the origins of it, but you can vibe with it, and I have no problem with that. But it's almost a mockery to say you are black. So do you want part of the struggle also? Will you stay for the struggle if you say you are black? And blackness is not something that you can say you are. You know? Yes, we know that there are people out here who, I mean, everybody directly has the roots to the motherland, whether they want to believe in that or not. And just like you have people who are of a mixed heritage, and you have some people who have 10% or 20% Caucasian in them, but they're black or they're lighter complected. And, you know, I explained my background. It's crazy what I found out, you know, the people I was connected to. I got Klansmen on that side. You know what I mean? Going back, people who fought in the Confederacy. It is what it is, but I am a black man. So there's intangibles. There could be a person who has 1% African in them, Black African, because you got white Africans too, right? And they would never know it. We know it when we see it. When we see a Caucasian or someone who identifies as that, but they have that little bit, and you're like, you're sitting on the bus or the train or in a line at Walmart, you're like, hey, they got something there going on.
But Lance,
Mhm.
but Lance, what's making you take this more serious than a person who's just emulating the culture? Because that's all it is to me, is just a person emulating the culture. Now, I see a lot of people trying to equate this with transgenderism, which I consider something totally different.
Yeah, it's totally
I
different.
think transgenderism is homophobia, but a lot of people keep trying to equate her with transgenders and things like that, and I don't think that's true. I don't think you can just jump genders like that. But I'm
No, right. That's you know,
person emulating the culture.
well, see, she's not just emulating the culture. It's an arrogance, and I tie that into the arrogance of some white women who don't want us to have anything. And there are some white men who are like that. We're not saying all white people, y'all, right? Got to keep saying that. But there are some, and we have a caller from Kissimmee chime in. If you're not going to talk this, okay, they got scared. Oh, okay. We got a brother calling from Spain. I've been talking to this brother Aaron for the longest time. I didn't know he was calling from Spain. Oh man, if I knew he was going to call international, I would have had my little gadget piped in so he can call it. But I don't have it piped in, so I got to set that in for another time because they may not take an international call. But yeah, let's see if he gets through. Kissimmee, you can call in. I'm not going to call you out. You have a little background noise going on here. But if you want to listen this way on the screen, you can. I'm not saying it makes me tear my hair out or it upsets me, but it's almost like a mockery. It's almost like it's more than just a culture thing, because we have whites that go to Jamaica and love to eat the food there. We have whites that, you know, love the music and Bob Marley, and they could tell you anything about, and I'm just using this as an example. It doesn't mean that Jamaican culture is all of Black culture. But they know who they are, and we know who they are, and they don't try to fool you with this. But here you have a person who, it's her arrogance, I think, that kind of pisses me off. Like, telling me the sky is pink, and we know that it's blue. So you're insulting my intelligence. You're telling me that you're Black, and this is something you can choose? I mean, I love being Black. If I had to leave this earth and come back and God said, pick which one you want to be, I'd be Black. I love it. There is a struggle with it, but there's a perception and an ability, because of the state of the world the way it is, especially here in America, that it's like, you know, carbon being formed into diamonds, you know, and the pressure that we've been put through that have made us the beautiful creatures that we are. And many of us haven't gone through the whole process. We've stopped the process. I'm not saying we have to take abuse to be beautiful, no. But getting in on that spiritual level, to go to that higher level where we realize that we are chosen for something. So we had to go through more to have that spirituality and that strength to truly be mighty. And it's like so much that's thrown at us and thrown at us, and we overcome. She just can't jump to the front of the line with that. She cannot understand that.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, but who are we? I understand. All right. So I understand we need to guard our culture. I understand we need to guard our values. I understand, you know, there has to be some safeguards in place. But what I'm saying is, it's not like there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of white people trying to pose to be Black. Now that's different. I'm not okay with that.
Right. But okay,
you know,
go ahead.
But just as her, who are we to deny her connection of who she feels she is? And like I said, this is not anything I'm equating with transgenderism.
No. I'm clear.
I'm just saying it's one person who wants to be, you know, she wants to relate to Black people. I mean, who are we to deny that?
Well, I mean, when you want to relate to Black people, human to human, you know, that's cool. But again, you're just picking this and we're supposed to accept you because you say this. So the way the world is, if you want to get closer to us, then why the hell don't you help us? When still at the end of the day, know that you're not us that way and you could never understand our struggle, but you want the attention of, you want to wear the garb of, you want to jump to the head of the line of all my sisters who have gone through things in life that were so painful, jobs that you couldn't get, being treated and looked at a certain way. There's a lot of psychological warfare that goes on in America big time. Most people don't understand it who are not us. But honestly, I have white people who are listening right now. And the ones that I know who are listening, they are cool with me. They can come to my home. I trust them that way. We have that bond. I won't lie and simply say all people or whatever. But when it comes to that white arrogance and condescending mindset where they assume that they're in charge and we have to always go to them over and over. And almost like that satellite phone, if you don't continue to prove to them who you are, and I'm not like the other ones, I'm not a thug and I'm not a criminal, let a little time go by, it goes right back to square zero where you don't gain with them. You're just, again, another nigger. And again, we can't do that on the flip side. So don't expect me to embrace you. And I'm not mad at you. I'm just passionate about this. But don't expect me to embrace you with your illusion that you want to force on me as a reality because you say so. Just because you say so, it doesn't change how I'm accepted in this world because I don't want to be white. Oh, I love my culture. But can I turn around and say, well, Rachel, I accept you as a black woman, but I'm a white man. And I want to go get this job and I want you to help me get it. Because now I'm white, so I've released the shackles of being black in America. We can't flip that bad boy. So right now, my struggles are so intense, not just for me, because I'm like a sharp, hot knife cutting through butter in life right now. This is going to be some of the most productive years of my life. I'm cool. I know the game. I got through 50 years, 54 next month, God willing. So I know the game in this country. So now I'm going to show you all some moves, right? But what about those who haven't gotten to that point, who got caught up in the system, who have been worn down with the psychological warfare that's thrown on us? And again, I didn't even finish the statement. There are some times, and I'll say this publicly, and this is not a racist statement. This is one who has gone through so much crap from day one. Thank God, Minister Louis Farrakhan came to me in the music, in the videotapes, and all the people my father introduced to me and strengthened me and made me strong. I love the fight. Now it's like, come on with it. I'm looking for the fight. But there are times when I get around, not because they have money, but they may feel affluent. They may not have a dime in their pocket. It's not about money, but they feel above. And I have to say, many of the Caucasians in the world hate those same types of Caucasians. The working class, blue collar, don't have too much money, can't take a day off because they need the money type person. The dialing code for the state. Okay. Oh God, I wish I could pipe it through. You know what, Aaron? This is what I'm gonna do. I want you to see if you can call me directly on my cell phone. Hold tight, Jack. I don't know if you can hear me, Aaron, but I'm gonna and I want to make this point so it's still in the back of my head. I'm gonna call my conference line, right? And I want you to call me and we'll pipe you through because I don't have my other Bluetooth gadget, hooked in. So I'm gonna call right now. This should pop up on my screen. And if you're listening, I want you to call. Oh, gotta mute this. Okay, so I'm piped through to my conference on the phone. So call my phone. And I gotta turn this volume down because I'm hearing the echo. Call the phone at 321-310 3769. No, I'm sorry. Oh, they got too many numbers. Sorry. 321-310-7326. I'm going to put this in the chat room. Okay, here we go. Because I say so. 321-310. And I'll make this point and I'll let Jack speak his mind. Jack stirs me up in a good way. And I love the dialogue. I put the number in the chat room. And I'm going to also put it to him in the message also. God, how many screens do I have here? Okay. Let me just put this. Okay. Call this one. 321-310-7326. Call and I'll patch you in. We'll do it that way. The good old-fashioned alternative route. But there are times with that condescending thing, and I'll tell my wife, I'm like, and she knows what I mean by what I'm about to say. So you all can soundbite me and lie and say, he's racist, he doesn't want to be around white people. But there are days I say, you know what, sweetheart, I don't want to see no white people today. And what I mean by that is that stupid, condescending, you little niggers are below me and I'm in charge. Any situation I walk into, automatically, you savages, I'm the boss. Automatically, I'm the one in charge, and I don't have to state who I am, because just because the packaging that I am, it puts me in a superior position, and you have to fall into place. There are others who feel that way about us. Some Asians feel that way about us because their mentality is colored against us from that one who they honor when they honor white skin as being superior. Many Latinos, they got that problem in the Latino community, which is really African also mixed up. Latino is it not black or white or Asian or Indian or Native American? That's not a race. That's a mixture. That's a category that was made really to split us up even more. So we'll do another show on that. But there's certain times I don't want to deal with that mentality. It's not necessarily just the skin. It's that mentality. We have black folks who have that mentality against other black folks. When Mrs. Scurv, we go out more and more. Like it used to be where I would jump off the ladder, run to Home Depot, have paint all over me, dirt or something. You run to Home Depot, you forget something. Say, oh, they close in 30 minutes. Let me go pick this up. You stand in the line, your mind is about getting back home and finishing up that project. Then I run into somebody who I know online. And then the word gets back to me. They would say, man, he looked like he was kind of busted. His Scurv smoking something. I'm like, how could they say that? So people expect you to carry yourself a certain way when you have a certain level of notoriety for anything. This is why so many millionaires slip by us under the radar. Not that we're looking around for millionaires, right? But you'll be surprised who has money, who wears those holy jeans and regular Walmart shoes and drives a pickup that might be 10 years old. You'd be surprised who has millions. Now, I'm not using it as a gauge to gauge a person's character, right? But you can't gauge a character by what I wear, because there are a lot of rotten people who have designer stuff. But you know what? We made the effort. We said, you know what? Let's just make sure to carry ourselves straight every time we go out. I got a huge wardrobe and wear like probably my favorite 3 shirts. I rocked that black short sleeve shirt a lot on the show. There's the other one where I was from Dr. Drew, was like blue and dark blue. I got 2 of those. I rock those a lot. But I don't wear the full range. I'm going to start doing that when I go out, right? Not because I'm trying to show off or trying to act like something more than what I am, but I understand our perception, credibility. When you're dealing with that condescending mind, you can't just be the regular dude who's going to Home Depot on the line. You have paint on you, you're a crackhead. You have a little dust on you from being in the crawl space and it falls in your face and you wipe it and you're sweaty, but you didn't wipe it all off. Oh, what is he doing? So I'm going to make sure to be on point in every part of my life and game. So your sickness, not you, Jack, but that white supremacist sickness, you'll have to think twice, like, well, why am I looking at this man like that? He's well-dressed, well-spoken. His credit card's not bouncing. He works. You know what I mean? He pays his bills on time, a month or 2 ahead of time. You know what I mean? Go ahead, man. I've been running my mouth so much already. Talk to me.
All I listened to you. I heard everything you said. Let me tell you something. What this reminds me of is it reminds me of that story the media did. I think it was a year ago or a couple of years ago, of when Kylie Jenner was wearing cornrows. And they said, oh, man, Kylie Jenner looks so beautiful. She's wearing these cornrows. And then they put up a next compared to when apparently Zendaya, who's, I don't know, she got chosen for Spider-Man. I think they chose her because so they can make her the ambiguous type of person. But Zendaya, you know, wore her hairstyle to the awards show.
Mm-hmm.
And they talked about how she looks like a person who smokes weed, looks like a person who does drugs, looks like a person who smells like hemp. You know, they try to...
Let me check. Let me just say that, Aaron, I got you in. Aaron. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you nice and clear.
Okay, that's a call from Spain. We're international now. But go ahead, Jack, and I'm so glad to hear your voice, Aaron. We're going to give you a chance to talk. But go ahead. I got something for that, Jack, but I want to hear it all.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I just want to...
Aaron has a delay. Aaron, just let Jack finish up his point. And we know it's a delay, so we might overtalk each other, which is okay, because I know how, you know, delayed these phone lines can be going. You're in Spain right now, so give us a little pause before and just jump in. But go ahead, Jack, and finish up. But we got you loud and clear. Can everybody hear Aaron from Spain in the chat room? I just want to make sure that you can hear. But go ahead with your point, Jack.
Okay. So as I said, this reminds me of the story where Kylie Jenner wore cornrows, and they said, oh, Kylie Jenner, she's so beautiful. She's so revolutionary for wearing these cornrows. Beautiful. And, you know, versus Zendaya, where they tried to stereotype her as a person who does drugs.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
You know, who smokes weed. And, you know, and then on top of that, what I hear a lot of white people say now is, you know, oh, well, you know, we found out the Vikings had braids, okay? It wasn't just a black thing.
Oh, God.
You know, Vikings had braids, too. And, you know, so braids and dreadlocks were a European thing, too. And, you know, I just think that's a false equivalent.
Yeah, well, okay. You know what? I'll accept that. So the Europeans were all crackheads and drug heads. Why do you put that on us when regardless as to where it originated from, which I still think that's a bunch of malarkey. And hair, you know, you can do things with it, but that's our sugar honey iced tea. We took that to a higher level from long before. Bo Derek wore braids in the movie 10, and all of a sudden she's on the cover and she's beautiful. But our sisters, see, I feel for my sisters, man. I don't like that. They see us and they make fun of us for so long. I mean, the braids or the lips are sexy, beautiful, full lips. Sister Corzetta got some full lips. I always give a shout out to Corzetta, right? But they make fun of us when we have them. Oh, look at the big asses. Look at the big butts. Oh, God, nasty. And they're watching porn and whacking off and watching that, desiring that, making fun of Serena, and they wish they could find a woman in their bed built like her. And then they turn around when they feel they have it, it's beautiful, but it's envy for it. But now it's supposed to be hip, and we can't say anything about that. You know what pisses me off too is when we hear old music. Music is never old, but old Marvin Gaye tunes or a secondary song in the black community from the 60s or the 70s and now they might have paid them for a popular product to use it as a jingle or use the actual song in the background as this commercial's playing, and you see some white person really get down with it. It's almost like we've been gutted. Our culture has been gutted Like when they had that lion's head on the wall, that deer head on the wall, or that bear rug on the ground. We're dead, and they wear our culture. They wear our look. See? And so that's why I'm not going to say I get upset like I'm tearing my hair out, but I know what it is. You don't like me having what I have, my talent and my style. But when you have it, it's cool. You know? Those of us who are gifted and those of us who have made an impact in the world, you don't like it until it's something that you rule over. When we sell out and you can take it and make it yours and throw us a few pennies, judgment away, they're cool with that. They'll rewrite the history books. They already did. Go ahead.
Right, and it also reminds me of another story where this model for the photo shoot, I believe it was either for the spread or for the cover, she wore a dashiki, and a lot of people were going, "Oh man, this dashiki looks so beautiful on her." You know, this dashiki is so she's wearing it. It looks beautiful. It really glows on her, and the media was really pumping it up and a lot of people were crying, cultural appropriation, and versus a lot of white people in the thread were like, there was this one white woman in the thread who was like, nobody exclusively invented anything, and I replied with, of course nobody exclusively invented anything. It's not anybody's until you steal it. And then I just shut off. White people, it really goes to say, the state of mind of a lot of white people. It really, you can tell, like, their ego is fragile because, truth be told, their culture didn't really have much when it started out.
Right.
And they never really did much if you actually look at who invented what.
Right.
But they write it as if they invented everything, when in reality what they did was they took a bunch of people, enslaved them, and then had those people invent everything. A lot of people don't know.
Right.
Alexander Graham Bell didn't invent the telephone. It was his slaves that invented the telephone.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
That guy, he didn't invent the cotton gin. He had no reason to invent the cotton gin. It was his slaves.
Right, who would benefit from having that machinery.
From picking cotton.
Exactly.
Bloody hands who wanted to stop picking cotton. But, instead of stopping picking cotton, he got more cotton fields and way more cotton because he could make way more money.
Right.
So,
let me,
I mean,
yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how Aaron, his situation is with the phone, because he may be able to stay for a little bit of time. Come on in, man, and chat with us, man. Let me hear your voice and pour it out. Let me hear you, man. Aaron from Spain.
Peace, man.
Peace.
I just wanted to give my 2 cents on this whole Rachel Dolezal thing. I've been watching it, but I kind of think like people are looking at this the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
She has stolen culture and a lot of things, but really and truly, it's the black people who are to blame, because
tell us,
it would have never happened if black people didn't accept her. UK, so for example, we have different cultures. We have the Indian, Pakistani, and they're very tight cultures, and you can't just walk into their culture. They may, I'm not saying that they won't open up to show different people the temples and whatnot, but you can't just say, hey, I'm going to marry your daughter or something. It doesn't work like that. They don't openly embrace, but black people are the only culture on the planet who lets everybody and anybody in.
Yes,
so,
yes.
I personally think that she was probably, one of those girls that just rebelled against her family. No, I'm going to date a black man, and it just got out of hand and control. Because I know a lot of white guys, they hear that, white woman's been black guy, they're game over, not interested. So I'm sure she just kept spiraling out of control, and now we had this thing that's happening. But really, a lot of black people their outrage is fake outrage because they don't even appreciate their own culture, and it's just a whole mess. I think it's like to be angry for the sake of being angry. But I mean, people that really understand what's going on, it's just going to be more fuckery that's going to come. I mean, for example, you look at Michael Jackson's kids. They're obviously not black, but they're claiming to be Michael Jackson's kids.
Right.
We just accept a lot of fuckery.
Yeah.
And I think it's just more to come. I want, because we have different things like we say, I'm transgender and this and that. I'm pretty sure in the future people are going to be transracial and say, hey, I know that I'm a black man, I have African features, but I identify as white. I mean, if you're calling yourself European because of nationality, that's one thing.
Right.
There's going to be people calling themselves white soon, pretty much.
Yeah. The bleaching cream sales are going to go skyrocket themselves.
Oh, yes, man. I mean, I listen to Star Show about the, bleaching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Once you understand the mentality of the people, you can't be angry because you're talking to somebody that's completely brain dead, This Rachel Dolezal person, I mean, really and truly, tomorrow she wakes up and says, I've had enough of this. I'm going to change my name back to, I don't know, Sally.
Jane Smith.
She could live in Germany, and nobody would know anything. She would be accepted, and she could just walk away.
Yeah.
Black man really can't do something like that, because I think when in the black community, when we identify somebody gone out their way to distance themselves from being black, I think that pretty much they're scorned. It's not something that we're gonna want to embrace. Not that we're anti-interracial, but it's just gone on a different level. It's like I'm living in Spain. I can't claim to be Spanish. I'm of Jamaican heritage. That's my heritage. I'm not going to be claiming anything else. I'm not going to change my name. It would just be ridiculous. But on a wider scale, I mean, if you look at some communities around the world, we have, in the Caribbean, for example, you have people who are Dominican, who I see living in Spain, Spanish. Spanish. I'm living with real Spanish people, and they do not. I'm not saying that they're racist, but there's a big distinction between being actually Spanish and being from the Caribbean.
Right.
Two different cultures. You can claim to be, but I know, and everybody else knows, that you live in a fraud. So, I mean, I guess maybe in the States and the Caribbean, that, say, hey, don't call me black. I mean, I've even met a black girl from she wouldn't like me saying that, but I met a black girl from New York, and I'm like, hey, it's so interesting to see another black person. She said, hey, I'm not black, I'm Spanish.
Yes, that cracks me up. They're not black, they're a language.
Oh man, this is a whole level of fuckery. But somebody once told me, when somebody's so far gone, there's no.
Yes.
I think Rachel Dolezal in that state. I mean, I think it's just an example. I wouldn't even bash it. If I saw Rachel Dolezal, I don't even think I would waste my breath. That's somebody that's on a path and a mission, and this is a fuckery that we.
Oh, I would definitely interview her. I mean, I would definitely bring something back so organic and direct that we can dissect, that we can, and I'd call up everybody like, listen, what are you going to ask her? I mean, because I can state that, well, I'm not going to say I'm against her or whatever. I just don't like the concept. And like you said, we let everybody on in, but they don't do that for us, other people. Not that we want to be them.
Yeah, but remember, black people embrace that. I'm sorry, nobody's that stupid to, say that. I mean, I remember I went to school, and there was a white guy, he kept telling me that he was mixed race, and I just couldn't accept it. I mean, I've met people who are mixed, have different kind of mixes and stuff.
Right.
His brother may have been mixed race, but he wasn't mixed race. And, I have white friends who, are cool, and they don't need to say, hey, I'm down with this black thing. They're just cool with themselves. And I think once you see somebody that's not, that's trying to adapt to another culture, it's hard to accept them because you're saying, hey, there's something wrong here,
Right.
This person is creating a fraud. But I do believe that the black people knew for a very long time that she was white,
Yeah.
Because you're going to ask questions. You say, okay, so, oh, yeah, my father's black. Okay, yeah, you got any pictures?
Right,
Kind of
right.
I mean, I've got
In the closet with their whiteness.
We haven't. Yeah, I mean, but another thing is I got a huge family and we got a lot of mixes, but I'm not claiming to be anything else but black and of Jamaican descent. I don't need to. I'm proud of who I am.
Right.
I mean, it is cool and interesting to have different
Dr. Brockett.
mixes, but
Yes,
black
I'm
and
here. I'm
descent,
listening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Hear you.
Sorry, Aaron. I just was checking on Dr. Brockett, but go ahead, man. Keep going. As I know Dr. Brockett is going to.
I think that a lot of black people are to blame for this foolishness. I mean, yes, she did something very wrong. I'm not, taking the blame off her, but think how many people had to see that this woman was not black. Remember, she has to braid her hair, she has to put on this makeup. Nobody's stupid.
Right.
I mean, I don't understand. There's some kind of confusion, but I mean, the NAACP, that's not even a black organization for one. So I don't even know why people are embracing that,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So what I want to say is, how are black people to blame for her decision? Because to be honest, I never heard of Rachel Dolezal.
No, well, he wasn't saying directly that way, but we're to blame. He was saying because we allow this stuff to go on and we don't check it like other people do.
Right. I understand.
I'm saying.
I understand that. But I'm saying, how are we to blame? I mean, to be honest, black people come in all shapes and sizes and all shades. And the thing about a lot of black people, or a lot of people in general, is they don't realize that there are black people with blue eyes and there are black people with blonde hair.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But it's a matter of owning up to who you are. We don't have a choice. And there are some who pass for white because they don't want to be stigmatized as, they're black and put into that box where they have the struggle thrown on them. Those are punks, okay? It may not be where you have to put a sign up, whatever, but don't hide from who you are. And to me, like I said, for those who are in the struggle, that's a mockery. Now you're going to turn around and sue Howard University because the world and that system doesn't buy into your delusion. It's a very unique case. Yes, indeed. And we do know that black people come in all different shapes and sizes, but it seems as though when you're identified as black or you have some black in you, all of a sudden you're a leper. You know what I mean? And she gets to choose this. Oh, I'm waiting for you to chime in, Dr. Brockett.
You know what? I think that, and I'm not sure if you can really hear me, but.
Oh, we got you loud and clear. Dr. Ramona Brockett, here she is, y'all. Come on, talk to us.
I haven't been around in a little bit. It has nothing to do with our show. It just has to do with me being busy.
Busy, I know. You know how many rumors are going around right now? Well, they had a falling out and they cursed each other out and they were public and cursing each other out in a chat room, and that's why they don't do shows anymore. And yeah, I'll tell you about that. Yeah.
Oh Lord. Child, let me tell you something. If they didn't talk about you, they're bored. And the more they talk about you, I think the better, frankly, to tell you the truth. That means you're doing something right. But no, well, just to dispel rumors, I was actually adjudicated fully disabled by the court. And so, and so, I have these 3 autoimmune diseases which make me very tired. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, so that's why I haven't been on. But but no, this is my boy right here, y'all. This is my boy. I think what I think. I think they wish that we fought. I think they wish that we had a falling out. I think they wish all those.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of negative energy out here.
When we are on, what we say is so powerful that their hope and their desires that somehow they can shut us down. We've gone through the hell of people trying to shut us down. Next, anyway, what I see this whole thing being is really a spiritual battle. We are right now in a battle for our souls, people. It's not black, it's not white, it's not Dolezal, it's not even Trump. It's really interesting because here in America, and of course I'm hearing our colleague, our person there, I think he's Jamaican living in Europe. But here in America, we have this illusion of this struggle with Trump, okay? But the reality is this. Our world is becoming globalized, and it's becoming globalized for a reason. And the one thing that my time away has allowed me to do is a tremendous amount of research and a tremendous amount of study. And I cannot approach any topic now without talking about the spiritual struggle between good and evil. The spiritual struggle that has masked itself as Republican versus Democrat is I don't know, Turkey.
Continue to talk. I'm gonna step away for 1 minute. Continue on.
This has nothing to do with what we are, what we look like. It's really, we're in a deep spiritual war. About a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, we did a show, and I was like, oh, Africans sold their own people out, blah, blah, blah. But when I realized something, I looked at chapter 12 in Revelation, and I realized that there is this synagogue of Satan. And what I realized is when the original children, Israelites, had to go, I would say, west to get out of and to protect ourselves from being invaded, we ended up on the west coast of Africa. And I can't say that Africans sold out other Africans as much as I can say they sold the Israelites. If we look at Daniel, we understand who we are and whose we are and why we are here. The true chosen will be despised and rejected and spread all over the earth. This is where we are. As long as we don't see the struggle for what it actually is, we are going to be caught up in black and white. We're going to be caught up in North versus South. We're going to be caught up in America versus Europe. We're going to be caught up in all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with what's really, really. I believe even that it is God's divine ordination that Trump be in the president's office right this minute. Because what's happening is this. America is not in end time prophecy. America's not an end time prophecy, you guys. Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
This is the beginning of the implosion. Okay. This is the beginning of the end. The American dollar has nothing behind it anymore. America has already fallen. We're just watching it tumble. This is God's divine calling. This is his divine plan for us. In the meantime, his chosen people who are spread all over the earth, we are sitting back and we are so caught up in whether people want to identify as Black, whether people want to identify. I would want to identify as a child of the Most High also, if I could. Once we realize that we are children of the Most High, that's when we step back and we watch everything happen and we realize that this existence that we think is actually happening, all it is a movie that we're watching, because everything that's happened and everything that's about to happen has already happened.
Mm-hmm.
We just happen to be in this portion of the time continuum.
Right.
So we have to stop looking at things as though we are oppressed because we're Black, because we're this, because we're that. We have to stop considering the Dominicans who don't want to consider themselves Black, the Caribbean folk who don't want to associate with the Black Americans, the Black Americans who can't stand the Caribbeans, the Africans who can't stand any of us. Forget it. We are the children of the Most High. Once we understand we're the children of the Most High, then we understand why people are so jealous and why they want to annihilate us. Because it's not people that want to annihilate us. It's the evil that we are the true human beings. We are the first human beings, and it wants to destroy us. That's what's going on.
Woo! Lord have mercy. What is it? 2:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dr. Rhoda Brockett just put it down. It said, I can feast and meditate on that as a perpetual spiritual, mental, and physical doggy bag of truth. What you just said. Yeah. How do y'all feel about that?
Lance, can I chime in?
Sure.
I respect your opinion to the highest degree, but I look at things from a different angle.
Okay, share it.
I do believe in God, and thing that she's not looking at is racist white supremacy. Look at this on a factual basis and look at the history, the culture. We're talking about oppression, there's not one culture in the world that's done as much destruction, as much manipulation, and I'm not talking about all white people.
Right, we understand that.
But we're talking about racist white supremacy. Donald Trump is a racist white supremacist, and it's not victim mentality. But for example, you'll have a lot of Black people that will say, "Hey, I don't want to talk about racism. You're being negative," and if they tell you a problem, you just listen to them. In 10 minutes or 15 minutes, the topic of race will come up, and they don't want to talk about it because they're not. They feel disenfranchised and they don't have power. We can't avoid talking about racist white supremacy. I mean, going back to Rachel Dolezal, she is a racist white supremacist, a deceiver.
And when you're done, I want to add on something to that also.
Black people.
When you're done, keep going, but I want to add something that I kind of feel what Dr. Brockett was saying and another way of explaining it. And I understand what you're saying, and you listen to the videos and you know where I'm coming from with that. Let me just say it, right? Strategy at this particular point. I always compare things to boxing and speak it as if I'm a fighter, because I'm a wannabe fighter anyway, right? I always was a wannabe. We know what the opponent can do.
No, you're an R. You're not a wannabe.
Well, I'm a boxer in the boxing ring. You know, no, in life I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
No, I know, but yeah. Oh, yes, I'm a fighter. But in the boxing ring, I'm just explaining it that way, meaning I want to be fighter like a boxer, right?
Yes.
I can still knock the hell out of most people, right? But
Exactly.
you know, there's a point with strategy. And I'm not trying to ride the fence with you, Brother Aaron, and Dr. Brockett. But we know what the opponent can do. We know what the opponent wants to do. He wants to take our head off. He wants to knock us out. In reality, they want to kill us and annihilate us and wipe us off the face of the earth. But as a boxer, that he wants to knock us out. He wants the win. We must be down for him to be up. And we have to, I'm not saying respect white supremacy, but we have to respect how the opponent's coming at us so we don't drop our guard and come with the wrong game plan to defeat him.
Yes.
See, we're peaceful by nature, right? And we're entering this boxing ring as though it's a sport. But we don't understand how serious this is. And he's entering it as do or die. So our mentality has to completely turn around, but there's certain points in that game, well, in that fight, because like it was said the other day, and I forgot who said it, you can play basketball, you can play football, you can play tennis, you can play baseball, but you can't play boxing. You get hit the right way, you can lose your life. And that's why I always compare the analogies that way. But in the strategy, the approach to the fight, I don't know if the folks can hear me, I'm going to get a little closer to the mic. But the approach to the fight, mentally, at this point, like Dr. Brockett is saying, we have to understand why they're coming at us so furiously, because we're looking at it like, okay, this is a boxing match. We're going to leave and we're going to live our life. This joker's trying to really hurt us. And we got to understand why and really understand the seriousness of it. So she's not dismissing the way you're thinking and approaching it. But right now, it's about us executing what we must execute to defeat this opponent. It doesn't necessarily mean going back at him the way he's coming back at us, like, oh, we got to get tanks and we got to get guns, or we got to get drugs to put in his neighborhood, and we got to come into power to discriminate against them and refuse them. Because, not to get lewd, like I always say, the world is a crayon and my penis is the world is a coloring book and my penis is a crayon, right? So by default, on that numbers alone, we are the blob. We're swallowing everything up anyway. Time is coming to an end physically and in numbers, but also the evil behind it. The evil behind it, that intangible to look beyond, you see, is that's really what we're fighting. Because it's demonic. It's evil. And yes, it upsets me when I see a Rachel Dolezal come in and just want to be this or that, but look behind it. And she's getting a lot of press, and I guess I'm giving her press by talking about it. And there's a gentleman in the comment section said I wouldn't even give her this kind of attention. But this is what I do. Wow. And we have to break this down, But there's two elements to this. They're trying to wipe us off the face of the earth, but the power that we have comes in knowing who we are. That we are the champion, that we are skilled, that we have the best trainer in our corner, because that trainer is the creator of us all. And we have a job to do at this particular point in time. And we will do it. Some of us will fall, but those of us who are connected in to the divine will win. But we're not going to forget how they're coming at us. But now we got to throw our combinations and let's see how they do. But go ahead, man. Both of y'all.
All right. So you say the opponent is coming at us, and we need to do what we need to do and execute our strategies. How do you feel about what Professor Black Truth has said, that a culling of the black population is coming, that black people cannot afford to have a lot of these other black people around here, because Professor Black Truth feels that there's too many Negroes around that want to do nothing. They don't want to help. They don't want to be productive, as in finding solutions. They would rather coon, cower, and try to survive in racism, white supremacy. But what do you feel about Professor Black Truth saying that, we need to just fully get rid of 50% of the black population because there's just too many knuckleheads?
No, well, they're going to get rid of themselves. And those of us who are productive, we can't look sideways and say they're not productive, they don't get it. They will suffer. They're like sperm. Everybody's not going to hit the egg. They're going to fall to the wayside and they will not see life. You know what I mean? So they will suffer the weight of their slothfulness. You know what I mean? So again, we've got to go back into what we need to do. If we have 100 pit bulls chasing us and there's 10 of us, and I've been telling y'all the other 9, we need to get in shape. We need to control our weight. We need to be able to run and scale this fence and climb this tree. Y'all are going to die now because now you're going to face the fact of what you didn't do to prepare. So we got to be ready on a mental, physical, and spiritual level.
They want to get rid. One of the reasons why they want to get rid of us is because they know that we're the ones that carry the torch of truth. Of course, this world wants to get rid of us because we carry the torch of truth, and we are the direct descendants of the Most High. Get rid of us. That's what it's all about. See, if you look at this myopically, again, you see black versus white. You go back and you talk about white supremacy, et cetera, ... You understand those people who call themselves the Jews are Khazarians who went and identified themselves as Jews. They're not the true Jews. We are. So if you understand it from that perspective, then you understand why they have to say they're superior, because in fact they know that they're not.
Well, in terms of the whole idea about racist white supremacists wanting to kill us, I personally think that they have the power. If they wanted to, tomorrow they could wipe us out, but obviously they haven't done that yet.
That's because you don't believe that there's a power higher than them. Why are you giving them power?
No.
Let me give you an example. Let me just give you an example.
Yeah, well,
hold on.
Let me just
example.
Yeah,
Can I just give you an example in my own life, if you don't mind?
Okay, but
just indulge another.
I just wanted to say
sister,
that.
Okay, one at a time now.
Okay, just indulge me. Years ago, I had a fake Jew when I was working on my PhD. I'm a JD PhD. I'm both a lawyer and a PhD. I had a fake Jew tell me to clean her office. I refused. She and her family went so far out of their way that they tried to completely annihilate me, and they used 2 pickaninnies to do it. One judge and one alumni of a university I used to teach at. Let me explain something to you. While they tried to annihilate me, they didn't and they couldn't, because God gave me the power to fight them. I fought them down to their bone, and I won. Something I haven't talked to you about yet.
Yes.
Lance.
Yes.
I won. Okay? And let me tell you something. Now, I dream dreams. You're a fellow Jamaican, I think. You sound African, but you say that you're a fellow Jamaican living in Europe. I dream dreams. I was born with a veil. If you're Jamaican, you understand what that means. I dream dreams. I see visions. God came to me last summer and said to me, let me take care of them. These are people who tried to say that I did all kinds of things. I fought them so that I exposed every single thing that they did, and I did it by myself. Now, these are people who slit my car tires and who poisoned me, literally. 2 years ago in August, I was in a hospital in North Jersey with police protection because I had been poisoned. instead of the Attorney General's office in the state that I was in, all the way up to the governor's office, Board of Regents, instead of them, lawyers, judges, instead of them being exposed, they said, let's kill her so that we won't be exposed. Now, the reason I'm telling you this story is because, number one, you hear my voice and I'm still alive. Because there's a power higher than any fake Jew, any university, any attorney general, any family whose relative was the governor, the comptroller, and the mayor. Okay? There is a power that is higher than them that allowed me to win. Do you understand? So when I talk about this, I'm not just shooting from the hip. Indulge me for another 30 seconds. I'm not just shooting from the hip. I'm talking from what I know. So when we talk about white supremacy and people coming after us, there's a power higher than them. Yet Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and verse 2, he fell. Satan fell. Satan is who is behind white supremacy. Satan is who is behind black and white. Satan is who is behind our money system. If you look at it, the Rothschilds who run the money system, they are satanic. That's Satan. God created Satan. Hashem, you can't even say his name. Forgive me for even calling him God. The one who sits in the highest heaven, I am, is above that creature. That creature is who is telling us to look at a pillar of smoke and imagine that it is actually solid when it has nothing. There's nothing solid about it. You can walk right through it. I know that it's hard for people to hold on to the promises of God, especially when you fall all the way to the bottom, or if you're looking and you're saying, but they're supreme, they're supreme. They're nothing.
No.
They are absolutely
nothing.
And if you look at them as though they are absolutely nothing, you can conquer all of them. And this is not just, I'm not shooting from the hip. I am talking from what I know.
All right. Can I interject? It's not that I think that they're over supreme. I'm just looking at this just like Lance said, from a strategy that we're in a fight. And, you know, if you don't understand your opponent, you're going to be knocked out. There's no debate. And in terms of the whole discussion about God, I do believe in a creator, but being that I am of Jamaican descent, really have to understand history. I mean, my people weren't even given an option to
our people. My last name is Brockett. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
93% of which 93% of which were taken from Ghana and brought to Jamaica. 93% of us came from Ghana. I worked with Ghanaians who could not stand me because I knew that they sold us into slavery. But why did they sell us into slavery? Because in actuality, they sold the Israelites, the true Israelites, into slavery. The true chosen. True chosen.
Sorry, could I just finish?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not opposing what you're saying. I'm just telling you.
Oh, no. I just wanted to say that we didn't even have an opportunity to have our own religion, our own ideology. So now that I'm in the 21st century and, you know, I'm not opposed to different beliefs, I can now step outside of their matrix. And, you know, a lot of the time, Christianity and other religions was used against us to stop us from thinking, you know, to say, oh, you know, somebody's attacked us, turn the other cheek. You know, we have to just look at this as a factual thing. Yes, I believe in God. I'm not looking at racist white supremacy as, oh, Satan has created them. I'm looking at this as a system. This is something that has been continual. I'm not thinking of this in like a spooky way. I'm looking at this as, this is what's happening right now. We are getting oppressed. What's going on? I can't just say, oh, this is good, this is evil. This is what's going on. If we don't wake up, this is just going to continue and continue, and we're always going to be oppressed because we don't understand what racist white supremacy is. You know, to say that, hey, I'm not going to call this person supreme. That's our ego hurting, because supreme means that they are over us. And if you could correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know a black nation or somebody that's going against them, somebody that's been able to fight them on such a great level. I mean, look at what they're doing to people, nature, the environment. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
Okay. What I have to say, my comment on that whole thing, not your comment, but on Ramona Brockett thing is, you know, I think it's a very, I think it's not known that a lot of black people were here before the Native Americans. You have the, what mistakenly called the old.
Not only were we here, wait, stop. Not only were we here before the Native Americans, we are the first ones who were created. So of course we were here before the Native Americans. Of course we were here. We were all over the earth.
I'm not saying
we're all over the earth.
Taken from Africa.
Because God created us first. We were here first. Okay, we are the chosen. We are the first ones he created. If you understand, those that fell, those angels that fell, the Anuk had sex with the daughters of man and created a hybrid. Okay, we are the original. We are not the hybrid. But go ahead.
Right, but I'm saying we weren't all taken from Africa or Ghana, and then on top of that, I think Ghana eventually issued an apology, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But
who cares? I don't care if they issued an apology. They still think that they're superior to Black Americans.
No,
I don't believe that.
What their problem is that they don't understand, or they want us to not realize that we're the true chosen ones.
Okay, all right. So you said, all right. So on one side, Ramona Brockett, you say our people. Say it's our
Dr.
people.
Ramona Brockett.
Our people.
Dr. Ramona Brockett. It's Dr. Ramona.
Okay.
It's Dr. Brockett.
Dr. Ramona Brockett. On one side, you're saying it's our people. It's our people. It's our people. But on the other side, you're saying we should separate it. You know, there's this division, and we should separate ourselves with Africans, and you don't associate with Africans.
I never said that. That's what you just said. I never said that. What I said, we are the first chosen. We are the first ones chosen. We are the chosen people. And the reason why we ended up where we ended up is because of what originally happened. We were driven out of Israel. We were driven out of our land. There will not be peace in Israel until the true Israelites get back there. That includes me. I don't know who you are. And I don't know who you guys are.
Yeah, but with respect, you said our people, but then you talked about a divide. I mean, I don't think we can just, tar a brush and say, hey, these Africans sold us. It definitely wasn't all Africans that sold Africans. There were some, but not all. We can't tar. It's like saying all white people were slave masters. That wasn't correct. That's incorrect information.
Okay, all right. Well, my whole criticism of the African thing is that a lot of these African people, they got extorted, okay, into doing that. What happened is that the Europeans rolled up in their boats that they got from the Moors, and they said, okay, give us some people out of your...
Wait. They said the Europeans, don't you realize that the Moors were African? What are you talking about? You have to know your history.
Yes,
if you're going to make a statement, know your history. Do your research. Otherwise, it sounds not so bright.
Okay. All right. So, as I was saying, which they got from the Moors, who were Africans, who they overthrew and got the boats from, went down to Africa and said, hey, give us some people out of this village, or else we're going to blow up your village. And so a lot of
That's not how it happened, sweetie. The Moors went and invaded Europe. The Moors went and invaded Europe. That's why they call France and Italy, they refer to those places as the niggers of the South, because the Moors invaded Italy. The Moors were power. You have to understand, we were there first. We were there. Okay? The Moors invaded Europe. All right.
I understand that.
There was no, and everyone mixed in. A whole lot more happened than what you're saying. It's like you're talking from a very Eurocentric perspective, and you're making the Europeans more powerful than the Africans. You have to understand what happened.
No, he's not. I disagree. I disagree. I don't think he's saying that at all. I think
you can agree, you can disagree. I don't care. These are all just opinions.
No, but
it's opinions.
Yeah, but it's not an opinion. I'm living.
An opinion is what you have to say based upon what you know, not based upon what I know. So you go ahead and talk.
Okay,
yeah, but I'm living in Spain where the Moors conquered. I'm seeing the monuments, the history right here. I mean, what he's saying is not incorrect. It's not like they just sold out their people. It's not so cut and dry.
He said that the Europeans conquered the Moors. The Moors conquered the Europeans. That's what happened.
No,
and then he said that
it's not as simple as that. They
went to the south. That's a bunch of crap.
No, what the Moors conquered Europe is particularly Spain, and even to this
Italy.
day, the culture is strong, and the Moors. It wasn't just like the Europeans conquered them. It kind of imploded.
Well, that's what that guy just said. Did you hear what he just said? He just said that the Europeans conquered the Moors. The Moors conquered the
Europeans
conquered the Moors, left their boats, and went and got Africans. That's so retarded.
What I will say, partially right, but not fully right. I'm not going to say, hey, it's completely wrong.
Okay, what I said. Kingdom. Okay, what I said is that the Europeans overthrew the Moors, who ruled over them, who went into Europe and conquered them. Eventually, the Moors got all of their weapons, all of their technology, all of their boats, and then they went down to Africa and said, give me these people out of this village, or else I'm going to blow it up.
I mean, for example, if you go to some of the major cities in the south of Spain, you'll see they say, "Oh, this is a great cathedral," but it used to be a mosque. So exactly what he's saying is true. They took everything and they converted them into churches, cathedrals, changed the names. Even to this day, you'll have Saint Fatima, which is a Muslim name. They did overthrow the Moors. And that's a fact.
I don't know why we have dead air. Continue to talk.
No. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I think I do understand what he's saying, but I think I agree with what both of you are saying. I just don't think it's a clear answer like, hey, the Europeans came and conquered. The empire, the Moorish empire, just completely collapsed, and they were overthrown by the Europeans. In fact, I wanted to expand on Azatu's point. Really, the Moors gave everything to Europe. They gave us language. They gave us history, mathematics, medicine. Before, the Europeans were living in squalor, filth. If you look about the plagues and disease and all that kind of stuff, that came down because they didn't have basic sewer systems. They didn't know how to live, and the Moors brought the Renaissance. You know, the influence to this day is very strong. You know, I mean, they even have Arabic words still in the Spanish language. So, you know, it's very important culture.
Okay, so it tells you how powerful these cultures are. Do you realize that what's happening in America and what's happening all over the world is happening because of the fact that Muslims are procreating at a rate 2 and 3 times that of Europeans? If you look at America, the average American family, whether they're European, African, whatever you want to say, but the average family that understands America the way America thinks it is no longer procreating. Procreating are the people that are coming in from everywhere else, and this is the problem in Europe. This is the problem in America and everywhere else. That is why there's such disdain for these people, and that is why that there are these extreme barriers being made so that the world doesn't become Islamic. That's what it's really all about.
Well,
you understand population control.
Well, they are controlling the population because, for example, as many non-white people that are being created in the States and Europe, a lot of them are being locked up and have some sort of disease, you know. So it's like Lan said a few weeks ago, you know, about the number of black women and black men. There's a lot of black men incarcerated or dead. So it's like as many as people are being created, there's just as many being died or locked up. But going back to your point about the Africans, I don't believe not every African thinks in this way that African Americans are inferior. It's just some that don't have the knowledge of self, that have this weak mentality of thinking that somebody is better or somebody is beneath somebody else. Well, the reality is we are all the same. You know, we're just one big family that got spread throughout the world.
Mm-hmm. Lance, are you still there?
Oh, I'm right here enjoying the dialogue. You know I'm enjoying it.
Well, you know, I've enjoyed speaking with your two. What do you call them?
They're passionate human beings who just love vibing, and that's why I sat back and enjoyed this. I learned a lot.
It's vibing is important, you know, and I think the best thing is when everybody has thoughts about all kinds of things and they express them, but no one's right, no one's wrong. In the Bible it says we see through a glass darkly, which means that we've no idea what really is happening. We only know what we think we know. But when we go beyond this reality and when we leave this dream and we go into the next state of being, I think that's when we'll really find out what's really going on. So you've got two men on here who believe that somehow white supremacy is oppressing others. Okay, that's what they want to believe because that's their reality. I don't believe that it can do that. I think it's beyond that. Rachel Dolezal is the last thing I read. She's on the brink of homelessness or something like that. I don't know. But who cares about Rachel Dolezal? All of this is an illusion. All of it is an illusion. The minute you realize that none of it can do anything to you, because none of it can do anything for you except make you a better spiritual being, then you will go beyond all of this stuff.
Can you please clarify what you said, because I'm picking up a coded message in there.
Oh, I don't know what coded message you're picking up. The only thing I'm doing is
old
Yahoo bottles. It's very cool. I'm putting it on my Instagram page. Right.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that when you say this is an illusion, can you please clarify on what the illusion is?
Everything we are in right now, you actually think that you're listening into me right now. It seems like you and I and others are having a whole conversation. We're doing this because this is what we are doing right now. I'm looking at this giraffe on a cam who's supposed to be giving birth to some animal. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Who knows? But until we leave this state of being, this is what we think we're doing. And I'm not taking a line from the movie The Matrix. I truly believe that.
Okay, well, I believe
we coded about that, but I think that if you are paranoid, you might think that that's a coded message. It's not a coded message.
No, I'm not paranoid. I'm not paranoid. It's just that you're speaking the language, but
I'm speaking what language?
You're speaking the language, but it's vast. It's this ever-growing knowledge that just builds upon itself, and it goes layers and layers and layers deep. And I notice sometimes people say things to me, and although they mean it in one way, several other things in a different way. And
there are layers and layers and layers to everything. I happen to be an expert at body language and language syntax. There are layers to all kinds of things. But until you, like Lance and I have so many shows we have to do on so many different
I'm waiting for you. I can't wait.
that I touched upon tonight. That everything is layered. Everything is layered. But you know what? There's a numerator and a denominator. I believe in understanding the denominator. The numerator is what is layered. The denominator is what actually is happening. To me, the denominator is one thing. There's one creator. I am. He created what looks like me first, and everything else came later.
All right.
Wow, poetic ending. Not an ending, but the punctuation on that statement. And we're going to be going into some deep shows. Big shout out to Nick Schmidt out in Switzerland. Yeah, we're real international tonight. And that's going to be the push. Again, just as a mental commercial break, I just want to say we got some really great graphics coming up that I'm having set up. Really, really good stuff. And a lot of improvements. There'll be a lot more videos coming out. I had to do a lot of runs today, but I'm going to put up several every day. I have my own system set up, even smoother. Everything's working fine. Just good people coming.
What about the videos? What about the video stuff? Are we going to be able to do that?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You know, when they see my picture, honey, they really get upset, huh?
Yes, indeed. All of that. It's always about hitting the new level to take it to the highest level, getting better.
Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah.
And when I think back on really, we can say years now, it's really frightening in a good way. Coming from the Blog Talk days. What was the first show? August 11th, 2011. Wow. It's 2017 now. And it's not like we did stuff just once a week or once or twice. It was like that then, but just banging things out every day, angles, and the folks that we've connected to. I just got to be so thankful for the wonderful people that are here on the line, who are in the chat room, who are listening, who can't talk. They're busy. They're different countries. They're working the night shift on a job. The ones who hit me up and love you so much also. Dr. Ramona Brockett, and the opinions of everybody else. You know,
I haven't gone anywhere. I just been busy.
Oh no, I know that because we speak personally. I mean, all of our dialogue is not just on the show, and even sometimes when you're busy, I'm connected to you, so I already know that you're okay. And lots of times also, I'm not gonna say I don't have the time, but I'm not on Facebook as much, just like a spectator watching every single thing people put up. So I'm just saying this as a broad statement. Don't get angry with me if I don't respond or you put something up or I don't even find something out. I've had friends of mine who've had people who passed away and I didn't even know it because they put it out there on Facebook. And, you know, when I check things, I check for what comes at me and I just shut the phone off on a break while I'm on the bus. So sometimes, unless you really send a text to me, I don't check every single thing. And then there's the whole thing here in the studio and creativity and making phone calls, editing things up, doing shows, watching the time, going to work, working 2 jobs. So I miss a lot. So don't think that I'm ignoring don't think I'm ignoring you. Anyone, don't think I'm ignoring you. It's just that in the whole struggle, you know what I mean? It's a wonderful thing. And like I said, thanks for being so understanding. And I've been meeting some really interesting people that we're going to come on and bring on the show and talk about. But what I find is so interesting is that many things are just so obvious now when you see them. It's almost like many of these entities who are manipulating and have these agendas don't even mind you seeing them now. They're brazen now.
Oh, not at all.
You know?
They're brazen. They're brazen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They are. They're brazen. But in my opinion, it is spiritual warfare. What we are seeing is deep, deep spiritual warfare. I mean, the kind of stuff that we only thought we'd see. It is here. It is evil. It is real. That's why people are so brazen. That's why they're so nasty, because it's real. And we have to be prepared. Even this guy referred to Christianity. I think I'm beyond Christianity. I believe in Christ. I believe that he is the Son of God. I believe all that stuff. But there's more to believe than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when I look at the Bible and I think about Revelation and I think about how it says that men's hearts are going to fail them because they will not be able to believe what they're seeing in the world. That is where we are right now. That is where we are. We see people dropping like flies. They're not dropping like flies just because, there's a big exit sign. They're like, it's time to go. Their hearts are failing them because they cannot believe what they are about to see or what they're witnessing. Out of here.
You're right.
So,
You're right. You're right. You're right. I see that. We're at that time now, though, also not just because of the age, but once the illusion is pulled away, what they want to believe, what they want reality to be, it's like, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm out of here. You're right. I know people personally who I feel that about them. But those of us who, it's almost like watching a Polaroid a picture develop from back in the day. You take this picture, you shake it, and it's supposed to develop. Sometimes we don't see the whole fully defined picture, but as it comes in, we get that glimpse of it, even if it's like, shadowy. But some people, as soon as they realize it's like, there's a whole new set of rules I got to learn. This, what I thought was reality is something so different. What I learned in school was a lie. Oh my God, I'm out. They can't take it. And see, the funny thing is that what I believe on the next level in school, I'm not saying it's going to be harder, but it's more things to learn. We should always keep ourselves out of the comfort zone completely. Willingly, we should try to pull ourselves out of it and not get too complacent. Because when it's like when you get arrested and they say, if you don't have a lawyer, one will be assigned to you. Well, to me, if you don't claim a certain reality, one will be assigned to you. And the one that's assigned to you may be one that you don't like. You know what I mean? So I always keep myself striving and always keep myself in a place of not being comfortable. When I used to go to the gym, you're not there to feel, just lay back and chill and talk. I'm trying to feel some righteous pain to develop me even more. Using that. And I'm going to use a training analogy that I used to speak with when I'm back in the day when I used to train people. That's another thing that I wish I would have continued on. One of my buddies is training Danny Jacobs, who's going to fight Triple G, Gennady Golovkin. We weren't training partners, but this particular young man, I don't even know his real name. Scooter.
But
Yeah.
Lance, your show, you're training minds. You're training people's minds to think. The mind is a greater opponent and stronger than anyone's fist, arm,
You're true.
or
You're right.
muscle.
But my thing is that it's a meeting place. And this show couldn't have been as great as it is if it wasn't for yourself and Brother Jack and Aaron coming on, and those who are in the chat room and those who come on other shows. You can't always be on every single one because we do it frequent. But I'm humble. I'm a servant of the people. And if I could bring good meals in this restaurant, I might own the restaurant, but I may not be the chef, So yes, I take that humble because that's the kind of spirit I have. But, I'm learning also. So it's not as though I come here, yes, I'm the authority. And, I have my opinions and my passion, and I jump started. It's like when you see the horse races, right? And they have this, this little bar that's in front of all the horses as they start to run off, and it is connected to the car. And as the car drives off, it helps to start them out even. It folds up and moves away. And that's me. I'll say that much. I kind of get the conversation started. And when all the different components are there, I kind of move off and I get quiet. It's like, okay, let it happen. Let this beautiful thing happen. Spontaneity, because the exchanges that we had here verbally tonight weren't scripted. When most of us woke up this morning, we didn't know that we were going to be here on this show. But I saw you up, I said, hey, listen, you got to call
I've
in.
enjoyed meeting you guys. I'm just challenging. I'm just challenging you. You guys are wonderful. So go ahead.
We love you.
We love you. Where are they? Are they still here?
Well, Vernon dropped off because he's calling from Spain. He said the connection kind of failed. The connection went down. But I'm not going to stay up all night long. I'm going to end it soon. The energy is kind of seeping down, and I'm doing a lot in the studio. What I've been doing. Hold on a second. Let me just reach over here real quick. This is not done yet. I'm kind of building my own acoustic soundboards, for the studio, custom size that go around to where we won't hear as much echo. And thanks to Brother Barton, who showed me how to do it. Simple thing, because I'm very handy with my hands. But I got wood, right? Now this is going to be filled up with a certain type of sound deadening insulation. And this is the inside. I just got some wood, glued it together, cut it precisely, got the right material, stapled it on. I'm going to fill this in and then cover this back with material also, so the walls won't sound as hard, but especially when we're here. Maybe you can't hear it as much. So I have like 10 of these, and maybe even tonight, since I'm winding down, but I still want to zone out and do something and finish up a few of these also. I have other projects that I'm doing in here. Okay, I'm putting a lot of the artwork in frames that I spray painted black, and I want to really make it interesting to look around in here for those guests who come. I'm going to upgrade the lighting, a control board that I'm getting soon that will hit the sound bites, and if you have any commercials that you want to send me in an MP3 form, I can play them for events that are coming up. Also, I will offer that. I'm not money grubbing out here and trying to hustle people, but on the show, on the videos that I do, whether it's $5 or $10, I'll do it that way to be fair, because folks say, I want to give you something, but I'm not trying to hustle. If you can't afford it, hey, I'll do it anyway still, right? Give me little commercials, and I'll put them on the videos that I do, all right? I give you the PayPal. Like I said, if you can't afford it, I'll help out. It could be a church function in Mississippi. It could be midget tossing over in Alabama. I'm just playing. But whatever you have coming up, let me know, and I'll put it out there. It benefits us all. I'm not just about money. You know what I mean? But we got to build and build and build, because I will give back. I'm just very excited right now, Dr. Brockett and Jack. I'm just very excited where I find myself now with what we're doing here. I'm feeling it. It's like it clicked. Something clicked and everything is working. You know, we're at the top of the year still. A lot of good things that are written in stone that are coming. And the balance that I'm living under, you know, the balance of work and home and, you know, creativity and awareness and a spiritual ascension. I'm feeling it and I love it. And all the crap that I went through in life in my earlier years, from bad decisions also that are my fault, trials and tribulations have made me to be the person that I am now. I'm still flawed. I'm still not perfect and never will be, but I'll reach for that perfection. And I just feel strong at this point to know that I logged in almost 54 years in a few more weeks. I keep saying it. Every year is a milestone. And to have the enthusiasm of someone who just got out of high school, you know, with all of the scars that I've taken in life that have been healed up here, and have that enthusiasm to push forward in everything. Like I said, I was in a documentary today. It was videotaped, speaking about gentrification in the Paramore area where they just finished a soccer stadium. Good people are reaching out to me. I'm going into different areas. I'm not going to spread myself thin. You only spread yourself thin when the enthusiasm wanes. But everything is just like, it's just coming. And I'm like, yes, I can grab this. Like they say, you can just grab everything in the store for 15 minutes and keep it. That's the way I feel right now. My only thing is mastering my rest. And I've been doing that. I've been getting my sleep, you know, while doing even more efficiently. So that comes with an airtight ship and just living with purpose. And it's a beautiful thing. Not trying to dominate y'all. I just had to say that.
All right. So Lance, have you thought about expanding the LanceScurv show? Because when you did the boxing episode for the boxing show,
yeah,
that was a huge hit.
Oh God, it was huge. Yes, with Kovalev and Ward. And I did put out there that I wanted to do something tonight, but I had to work a little extra on another platform, and that's what took that away. Do more boxing. I do want to do more. I do want to do more. More videos in the street. And again, I'm going to say, and Dr. Brock, I don't think you heard this when I said it earlier, you can visualize things and people come to you and people are in your path. I found out last year, that last year, October, November, that my neighborhood, Pine Hills, Florida, which is often referred to as Crime Hills, because this was a neighborhood that had a lot of white flight. The homes were pristine and beautiful. The rolling hills here, because most of Florida is flat. I can go just a few doors down and look over into downtown. You can't do that anywhere else unless it's Claremont. It's flat. But Crime Hills, as they call it, Pine Hills, which is wrong because it's black, they want to say that. And we all know the deal with that. But we never had a radio station here that spoke for the people and that was accessible and had someone that wants to reach out and just do work here. And I found this out, and I was looking, and I looked at Mr. Paul Porter, who was a program director at one time for BET. He's down here now, and he has this radio station for Pine Hills, which means black, okay? And he's not with the gangster rap, plays the R&B and some hip hop, has talk shows, to know that, right? And I reached out to him in the form of a tweet. I gave him a compliment. He responded. Then he responded to me directly on the phone and said, really, what can I do to help you out? So right now, possibly tomorrow, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go out in the street and do some videotaping for the radio show that he has. And I want to really talk to him about expanding that way, because I was planning on buying my own broadcast equipment from here. I have the space.
Okay.
You know, but if I connect with him, then I don't need to do that. It's a further reach. I mean, miles and miles over the city. So if I can get a 15-minute slot, I'm going to ask him, what does it take? You know, of course, I'm not going to have shows that have any profanity that I allow on a live stream, but I'm putting it out there brazen and bold. Sometimes things are right there. I'm not going to be afraid to ask. Hey, man, look at what I've been doing for the last few years on my own. Maybe I'm rough around the edges. Help me out. Except to do what I do and help people out, because I love my neighborhood. I love it down here. Certain aspects, folks that don't have culture or are not aware. Well, maybe it's for me to make them aware and bring in good guests and have Jack and Dr. Mona Brockett on where they can hear her and the different opinions and different perspectives, right? So maybe that's my role here. I always felt that on some level, that there's something that I'm supposed to do here while I'm here. Now, I'm going to give him some good work. You know, he's investing in advertising and billboards and the bus stop signs and ads and stuff like that. He's doing it already. As his app, his website is banging. It's The Wire 98.5. Just Google that. It will pull up to the page. It'll pull up his site. So for me to just be a part of that, because I see how the other side of media comes against us and smears our neighborhood, and it doesn't focus on the good things that we do. Matter of fact, if I can pull up his interview, that kind of pissed me off. Not him, but the way that the other side interviewed him. There's a black woman. Okay, let me see. His name is Paul Porter. And I'd like to have him here to speak about radio and, you know, because he's here in Orlando. I'm going to set it up one day. He's a very busy man. But I'm going to have him here one day. It's going to happen. It may not be something scripted. It may be something. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up. And the way she came at him, not aggressive, not mean. Okay, here it is. I want you all to hear. This is I got to put this wire back in. You might hear a little noise, but I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this video, just the beginning. And let me turn the sound up. Hold on. All right, let me just go right to it. Open this up. Here it is.
There's a new radio station on the air in the Pine Hills area of Orange County, and its owners say they want to fill a void in the community. Joining us to go in depth on this is Paul Porter. You are the founder and program director of that new station, which is The Wire 98.5.
Thank you for having us.
Listen to her. Listen.
You know, unfortunately, there's been a lot going on in Pine Hills, and a lot of the news coming out of there is not good. So the station has been on the air since Friday. So how are things going, and why? And why that area?
Why and why that area? And she said a lot of things been coming out of Pine Hills and they're not that good. That's how she starts the interview out. Come on now. She's black, yes, but what I'm saying is that she's part of that system. This is how they smear you. They're right along with it. Listen, this is a beautiful neighborhood, y'all. I'm going to do a walkthrough with the camera and show you how beautiful this neighborhood is. There is crime here. Yes, there is crime everywhere in Orlando. Again, let me just say, per capita, Orlando is number 2 last year with murder and killing. Number 2, Chicago came in at 8 or 9. People say, well, you can't, they didn't have as many killings, but we're saying per capita, 100 per 100,000 people. Pound for pound. It's worse here in Orlando than it is in Chicago, and it's not just Pine Hills. But they're so quick to report on Pine Hills being so bad. This is where I am now. I'm not rich, I'm not in a mansion, but I think where I live is beautiful. People coming in like, oh my God, this is it. Because when you treat your inside, the outside, the exterior, the interior, and you live a certain way, no matter where you are, like I said, God never made a ghetto. Ain't the ghetto because of somebody else's propaganda. The sun, the soil, the rain, they don't know nothing about no ghetto. And then when there's gentrification and folks move out and fall for that trick, all of a sudden it's Pine Hills Estates where the affluent live. But play this again, and I want you to hear what she said after that. Listen again.
I'm program director of that new station, which is The Wire 98.5.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming in. You know, unfortunately, there's been a lot going on in Pine Hills, and a lot of the news coming out of there is not good. So the station has been on the air since Friday. So how are things going, and why? And why that area?
Well, first of all, the launch was great. We were well received. A lot of folks called, came by. But my partner, Paul Billings, and I decided on Pine Hills just for that reason. And it had all the stigmas that, you know, some urban areas have. And we wanted to make a difference. And Paul had his first station was up in Muskegon, another crime-ridden town. And 15 years later, programs and doing a lot of things in the community and giving the community a voice, it's made a big difference. And we want to make a big difference here in Pine Hills and Metro Orlando.
So who's your target audience? Who are you talking to?
We want all people, but people of color in that community. We're going to play hip hop and R&B and do a lot of talk and work with, you know, I went to Evans High School last week.
Evans is less than a mile from where I live, and they refurbished it. They did everything over. Beautiful high school.
To meet with the assistant principal and working out a program to work with some of the students. We want to work with the young people in the community and give them information and news that a lot of the big corporate outlets don't give them. You know, we're conscious of the content. And sometimes hip hop has also been stereotyped to give the bang, bang, shoot 'em up. But we're not going to do that, you know.
Yeah, no, let me also say that he is the owner and founder of raprehab.com. Rap Rehab. So he's not just some cat who's popping in locally with no experience and is a program director for BET. You understand? So I have a lot of respect, and I'd love to pick his brain with him being down here and doing this station. I have a lot of respect for it. I've been tweeting and telling people to follow him on Twitter, Paul Porter, or The Wire 98.5. But here's a little more I want you to listen to, and bear with me.
No, we're going to give a balance.
Okay. Now, the station is Low Power FM. So for people who aren't familiar, what's that?
It's a program that the FCC basically set up so people could buy radio stations again. So we don't have as much power as the 50,000, but we cover a 15 to 20 mile radius from our towers. So that gives us a good reach, but at the same time.
And it goes beyond that because I drove out further. I drove out like double that, and the signal was strong.
Time we're not, you know, reaching into Daytona, but we want to do the work here, and believe me, there's more than enough work to do.
There is. And so will you be tackling social issues, drugs, guns, all the things that, some of the negative things that are coming out of the area?
That's what we have to do. That's why we're here. You know, the music is just a vessel to get to the people and the groups and the organizations. And also, we want to be that voice. I mean, News 13, you guys are definitely the local station that, you know, tackles issues, but in radio, there's really none, and we want to be that voice.
And how have the people received you in the area? Do they see this as something positive? Are they open to suggestions? Because maybe some of the suggestions they don't want to hear, you know, sometimes. So how's that working?
Oh, lovely. Look, I gave out my email and my phone number on my first morning show.
Oh, wow.
So I've gotten texts and calls, and I'm not scared. I worked at BET for a long time, and I used to do tours around the country, and I would give out my number all the time. Most of the time, people are scared to call because they don't think anybody's going to talk to them.
That's true.
But, you know, The Wire, we're at 98.5, we're going to talk to everybody and try to help everybody we can.
And, you know, the law enforcement always says if you see something, say something. And sometimes, even though it's anonymous, people are afraid to come forward. And this may lead to maybe more people opening up and talking to you and knowing that maybe they do have a voice and you can give aid to some of the things that are happening to you. Are you working with law enforcement?
Oh, yes, yes. Chief Devins had already been by the station before we came on. And cousin is the news director, David Porter. He worked for the Sentinel for a long time. So he's tapped in. We're tapped in. Superintendent of Orange County is coming on. So we're going to give a voice for communities and some of the organizations that don't get to talk to people. We want to be tied in, and we want to feed them slowly and give the audience and let them know that they have friends out there.
All right, so good news for Pine Hills, good news for Orange County, and just good news for the public in general. So the new station is 98.5. Give a listen and call in. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a little long. It was 4 minutes and 50 seconds, but yeah, that's happening down here, and I'm looking forward to being a part of whatever I can be a part of to getting where I fit in. I'm not trying to bum rush and it's all about me, but no, I'm a servant. I'm gonna continue being that way, but I don't like the way she came at him and just talked about crime and drugs and guns here with the Orange County Sheriff's Department that's focusing on Pine Hills to get the drugs out and get the guns and all of this stuff. That's just the precursor to gentrification. The media works along and they create the boogeyman. Yes, there are things that go on here, y'all. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but not really at my front door. Things happen, right? But they focus on that here. And so many people run with that and they keep seeing it in the media. And what I saw from her, the interviewer, was that to me, there was a little fear. Like, oh, and why that area? Well, why not? Why not? Why can't we have our own? Why can't we have our own discussions? Real discussions. We don't have to censor ourselves because there's someone looking over us who doesn't approve that if you say the wrong things, we won't have you here anymore. And I'll support.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll still go on with my own. See, he said it covers what now? 15 to 20 miles. And I told you it goes double. But my little 2 or 3 miles, because I'm smack dab in the middle of Pine Hills, and as God would have it, I'm on the highest peak, very tall, right? So I can just walk up 3 or 4 houses where it's a little tall, a little higher, and look downtown. So my little 2 or 3 mile reach might really be 10, right? Right from this room right here. Calls and everything, still having the live stream mixed in with the local. I don't need a big billboard. I got Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, and my bus. So in a little way, you know what I mean? But independent means in ways of communication, we need that. More power to Paul Porter. I'll help any way I can. I'm still going to continue doing what I do. And we need more people down here to do stuff like that. But it's quick. It's just so funny how they smeared that. And yes, I just have to say, Brother Dave just walked into the door. And Dr. Mona Brockett is here. Jack is here. I know Dr. Mona Brockett is winding down, but I want Dave to say hello to her.
I'm reading an article on how Valerie Jarrett moved in with Barack and Michelle.
Yeah, what's up with that?
What's up with that?
There's some freaky business going on or what?
Yo, they're saying it's not freaky. They're saying Obama trusts her judgment more than any other person. But isn't that why he married Michelle? Isn't that why?
I know. That's they on some old Will Smith, Jada Smith type stuff. What's up?
I don't understand it, child.
Oh, I heard about that earlier.
Maybe she identifies as the wife of Obama, since Obama is the president that allowed everyone to identify as whatever they wanted to identify as. Maybe she identifies as another wife. Am I terrible? Am I terrible?
No, you're not. You're just being real.
Oh my God. Obama's, Lord have mercy. That's so strange to me. I mean, how much more, I'm not winding down, I'm reading. I mean, like, here we have Michael Jackson's daughter identifying as a black person and Valerie Jarrett identifying as the wife of Obama. What's next?
I know. You can pick whatever you want to be.
Whatever you want to be. Do me any way you want to do it. Do it any way you want to.
Nah, you jacked it up. No. That's one of my favorite songs. Dun 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 dun. Do it any way you want to do it. Do it any way you want to. Dun 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 dun. But you're 90% there. You remembered.
Mm-hmm.
Who made that song? I just remember.
I'm about 88%. And then again, what does Melania identify as? I'm sick. I'm
Yeah, like Baskin Robbins, 30-something flavors. Let's just pick whatever, I'm a midget, blonde-haired, foot fetish having transvestite. No, let's run it back. But you know, Facebook. Say it again.
In New York, officially, there are 31 ways to identify yourself sexually.
And on Facebook, there's 70-something ways officially.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, there's 70-something ways. And I remember running across this adult site. It wasn't necessarily a porn site. And I'm going to look for this thing again. It was basically about fetishes and sexual identity, you know, and there are some things that, you know, I thought I was around the block a couple of times. There's some things that I never knew about. I mean, sexual practices and fetishes, and this thing went deep. This list was so long. It had me up for about 3 hours. I was reading, I was like, oh my God, you know, people who like having flies buzz on their nipples. But there's more people. There's a group of them. It's like, I don't think it's an organization, but bugs buzzing on your nipples, and that was what brings you there. I'm not trying to change the flavor of the show, but I'm like, God, dog.
Yeah, but then again, this all goes back to what I'm saying about the strangeness, about so many things that are so evil. Like there are those now who identify as a they. It's not like, oh, I'm Ramona, I am me. It's I am a they. Well, if we look at it, if we think about it, when, you know, Jesus, who was a rabbi, who was black, walked up to that guy and said, what is your name? And his answer was, my name is Legion, for we are many.
Right.
Whatever was in him ran out of him, ran into the pigs, and the pigs killed themselves. What we realize is that we are being inundated with spiritual warfare. And just to wake up any listeners who are listening, please look at CERN, which is in Switzerland. They are experimenting with dark matter and bringing in dark matter, which is disembodied demons. So as we talk about this, and if we think about this, when people are identifying as they, and women are identifying as men, and your toe identifies as an arm, that's nothing but a spiritual and demonic and you know, principality possession, as far as I'm concerned.
Perfect.
Next topic. Y'all understand why Lance and I ain't been on for a while? See,
right?
Getting quiet.
No, someone was saying about seeing the advertisement on Star Show. I do many of those banners for his clients. You know, we work it out that way. That's another thing that I do. I do a lot of graphics for other people, and you know, a lot of the graphics that he puts in the background while he's talking. You know, the major advertisement too, the one he has with New York City in the background, and you know, we worked on that for a while because I said, critique me heavy. But here, take a little bit of this away, make it this size, put this here, and I love it. I leave the screen open. He calls me, we do our thing. But then again, that's what I mean. Why we have to give. And when we first connected, I was so flattered that he reached out to me. I was on a layover on the bus, and I watch him every day on YouTube on different, you know, I don't always catch him on the radio per se. Now he's back on broadcast radio up in New Jersey. But I would watch the YouTube videos on what's his name? Oh God. What's the Jewish white guy's name? Right? And I love those interviews, and I watch them every day when I'm getting ready to go to the plantation, right? And here I am on the plantation in my uniform, the bus next to me, and I get a text. I love your stuff, man. I want to know if I could use it on my channel. And he says, Star. And anybody, I'm like, hey, you want to use it? Go ahead and use it. You know, I have my stuff watermarked, and I have the ads and stuff, and it didn't hit me. Then he hit me with another message. He said, I don't know if you know who I am, but, you know, I'm kind of known personality on the radio. I'm Star from Star and Buck Wild. I'm like, get the heck out of here. That was my Oprah moment. I'm like, little old me, a little bus driver. So I was like, oh my God, yeah, sure, no problem. So after he saw my graphics and stuff, he said, well, who does? I said, I do my own stuff. He says, wow. He said, how much would you charge me to, you know? I'm like, I can't charge you, man. You're putting me out there even more so. I said, I can't. I got to honor the hierarchy. You're the man winning the awards and, you know, on satellite radio and well known in the industry. I said, you know, I gotta I got to honor that. So we have a wonderful relationship that way. We speak frequently, several times a week. And that's something, it is what it is. But I think I gained this respect because I'm not like hitting them up. Hey man, hook me up. Give me 50 Cent number. Give me Jay-Z's number. I want to get him on my show. Get a soundbite. Take. No. What's going to come my way is going to come my way. I don't have to run. Let me just do and execute what I have to execute.
Babylon thing that you drew.
Hmm?
Before one thing is fabulous.
You never saw that one before?
Fabulous.
That was like 7 years ago I did that. 7 or 8 years ago.
Instagram page. I had to put it on my Instagram page, child. It's fabulous. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Oh, no, I'm cool. Yeah, so that kind of thing when, to me, I want to be that guy underground. I mean, yeah, it's not about blowing up and being, let me be that guy that puts in the work, that people who are really in it can come to me, call me up and we'll do something and get the recommendations and be known that way and earn it. It's about earning it. Because, I can ask him a favor and he'll do it for me. And I told him that the other day. I said, anything that you do for me, I want to earn it, man. A real thing. And the people around you are the real thing. And because so many of us are looking to take. Hook me up. Do this, do that. I'm a little guy in this whole thing. And I get people coming, they think that I have all this power. I get down and have to do the work also. I started out on Blog Talk Radio. And I don't think I'm some radio guy. I'm just a dude who likes to talk and tell stories and have fun. But then again, that's unique. Because most people get up and today what happened with me, and they're reading something and they're all stiff and, their anus is flexing. I didn't know what I was going to say tonight. You know what I mean? And it's that spontaneity. I didn't know I was going to get a call from Brother Aaron from Spain. You know what I mean? You have a sister here on from France and whoever else. That's the beauty of technology and being real with stuff. There are a lot of good shows that we're going to have coming up. A lot. I got them lined up. Some interesting stuff, some bizarre stuff, some funny stuff, sprinkled with a lot of surprises. Happen that way. The reality I find myself in, I'm very pleased with. Like the Talking Heads, once in a lifetime. And you may find yourself, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Yes. Thank you, Elian. And I'm going to talk some crazier stuff, Yeah, Star and Buck Wild. I know, they're the bomb, They're the bomb. And so instead of me saying, yeah, I'm down with, and putting it out there and trying to ride somebody's coattails from their reputation, look, y'all saw the ad. I never said that, but y'all saw it. More subscribers. And I don't have the big numbers. Like, I think my channel's compromised anyway. But it's not about that for me. I have these numbers and all this. It's not about that. It's having real people around me. You know what I mean? One of the most satisfying things for me, like if Dr. Brockett calls up and, she's very busy right now. But there have been times she'll say, listen, Lance, we got to do a show. Do it. You free now? Yeah. Let's do it. Let's title it this way. And we throw it together. And there are people there when we go live. You know what I mean? And even when we record something, there are people that are there that respond. And you have so much more people, Dr. Brockett, that it's like the whole world is vibing with you. But my numbers don't show that. You know what I mean? You have a video that has 250 hits, but you get 1,000 different texts and emails and, hey, wait a second, there's something wrong here. So I don't even go for that anymore.
Ever since we had that show about the Clintons, that Clinton show, that was it. It started to be compromised at that point. You know what I'm saying? But wait a minute. I just read an article that a Maryland woman was arrested for shooting and killing her 17-year-old son. She didn't like his foul language when he was playing a video game, and she shot him in the chest dead. But she told the police that as she was lowering the gun, it went off. I don't think so. But
people come up, Pam Baker, how are you, sweetheart? You know, let me just say, Elian, you're right, because he said not to say names, but there's channels out there with mass subs so they don't put out quality. They constantly put out trash because there's a market for trash. That's the thing. There's a market for trash, and people begging for subs. Look, people tell me I didn't know you used the word faggot. Now I'm going to unsubscribe. But you got to understand that maybe the way I use the word, different moves. I'm not going to sit here and be afraid to be who I am and speak. And if you understand how I talk, you'll understand me. Like I said, my buddy John, who's doing a documentary, when he called me and he told me he wanted me to be on it, he already been through many of my videos. So when I met him today for the first time, I was like, listen, you know how I talk, but you see how I am. I am that person. It's just me on MSG, meaning like, monosodium glutamate with Chinese food brings out more flavor. You want to keep it interesting, but I'm consistent. In the other video, you said something completely different. When that happens, it's because I grew in my perspective, maybe because somebody pulled my coattail and said, listen, Lance, check out this link or check out this book. This will teach you a little more. You're not really getting this point. And I'm humble that way. I want to make myself, I don't want to be 80 years old sitting up here talking the same way. I'm going to be the same person, like the same tree with more branches. When you go back to the old neighborhood, that tree that had like 2 big branches, now it's got like 20 layers on me, but all real layers. Nothing with this fake stuff. I'm not a product like that.
Something else. Wait. I understand you're talking about your layers and everything, but as you're talking, wait.
Yes.
Did you know that Georgia governor overturned the convictions of the Georgia couple who terrorized the black kids? Did you hear about that?
What?
This couple, did you heard about that?
Yeah.
The governor overturned the conviction.
Oh, God. Well, I said later on today, I'm going to do 10 videos.
Freedom of speech.
But that's going to be one of them.
Freedom of speech. Amazing.
But if we executed that type of freedom of speech where we're harassing people, it's different. It's different for us. So this is why I'm going to go hard. This is why I go hard all the time. And I'm not afraid to say what I see. Fully on those who don't like it. I'm not a bully. But there are too many of us who are just, I can't say that because it's not too good to say this, and that. I gotta keep on that job. God will protect me. God, look. Yeah.
Oh, Lord,
Brother Alex is gonna like that. But yeah, and I can't stand that. They're real people. Like they're people. I'm gonna say I don't even care. They're people who are on my job. And they see me and, we got to get away from him. But don't y'all realize I'm trying my best to get away from y'all too. Hit and don't be hit like Floyd Mayweather. Go into the job and get your money and get out. I'm not there to play the game. I'm just trying to get that money and get out. Pay me for my service, and that's it. If we can vibe and get along, fine. There are many wonderful souls there that I know and I love down through the years, right? But to fit in and play this game, and I got to temper this, I don't go there with a bullhorn speaking on my beliefs if they think they're radical or not. But they peep on me and they know how I feel and think, and I'm not going to say, I'm just playing the game. No. If you don't like me because of who I am, you should appreciate me for being honest and you know where I stand. And I'll always do my job as a professional and show respect to people. Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you something. You know about Kellyanne Conway's couch gate this week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They
Donald Trump loved that view.
Oh my God, they did a funny, and you know that all those black folks standing there were were HBCU presidents and vice presidents and stuff, and they just stood right. She's showing her Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You know what I mean? And. I find it interesting because, as one article said, she wouldn't have done that around executives who may not have looked like those people in that room. Those people in that room don't represent money. They represent money being given out. They don't represent money coming in. You understand what
Yeah, good point.
You know what I mean? That's today when we first caught up on our little side chat, on our little sidebar before I called in.
Right.
I was looking at the property. On the phone, everybody was real cool with me. I showed up. It was like, it twisted. New York, and New York is a lot cooler than being below the Mason-Dixon line. But in America, the Mason-Dixon line starts at the border of Canada. Okay. And so, when you talk about you being you, et cetera, ... it's good that you can be you, and you got to be you.
I've got to be me.
Got to be me. If you aren't being you, then you're going to have a problem, because the Mason-Dixon line starts at the Canadian border. Anyway, keep talking.
The whole daggone country. The Mason line and the Mason-Dixon line. See, that's a whole different ball game, because we know, on a milder level, what you went through in Maryland was totally, they wanted to kill you. But on a blackball level here in Orlando, I'm blackballed. And I'm loving it, because, my reach is beyond Orlando. So now there are many people who don't deal with scurving. You go into a dentist and get, you plan on getting work done, and they find out your last name, and all of a sudden they triple the price on the work that you're going to have done. They put you on hold and don't answer back. You make appointments and stuff. It's like, okay, I don't know the secret handshake. They're very vicious with this stuff. Here who are in certain things, businessmen, law enforcement. And if we all give them a little kick, it'll add up. Even my old tax guy that was doing my taxes for years played that stupid game with me where he was ignoring me in the office and taking people behind that came in after me. It was all the computers down, but then 3 other people were done. So
what is it? Psalms 37:13. At the plans of the wicked, for he knows their end. Trust and believe. Every single one of them that's hanging up on you right now and putting you on hold, they're going to want you to end soon.
Yeah.
Just hold on for another minute.
Oh, yeah. Because now, people are dying off. People are things, and more people are coming down, diluting the Kool-Aid from other places. And the city is changing, and it's strengthening me, because there are people who are moving down who have known me for decades. So I don't need to beg to be in somebody else's secret society, because, I have my own secret society. You see what I mean? I have my own love that comes from other places. I have my own work to do and my own job to do. I hate no one. I'll work along with anybody, even those people. But don't think I have to beg you. Now you see my value from the stick-to-itiveness over the years and how I live. A Spartan life and very disciplined, because this is what I'm all about. And it's not that I'm looking for some fame in the world, because if I was working this hard for being online, and Pam Baker can tell anybody, 2001, 2002, being online hard all these years, that's 15 years, y'all. 15 years. You know how many college degrees I could have gotten, as well as going into debt? You know what I mean? How much other things I could have focused on and gotten more, so it's not about that. It's the love, And again, it wasn't ever about money. Yes, I need money, and I appreciate all the donations that come in. Share the videos and click on them and do whatever, but I'm more of a dynamo, more so than looking at, I'm not a YouTube creation. I was out here before, living life. And if YouTube crashes and not around anymore, we're going to still be here. And if we have to get on the soapbox and get on the bullhorn and have the Dr. Mona Brockett show outside the street while I hold the umbrella over her, you know what I mean? We're going to do it.
Wait a minute. Wait. I got some more news. Now,
tell us.
Did you hear about what Donald Trump said about Arnold Schwarzenegger?
They've had an exchange for a while, and Schwarzenegger said that he didn't want to have anything to do back with the show. So I know now it's Trump's turn to say something back. So what did he say?
Well, you know that he was fired. He was fired from The Apprentice, right? That Schwarzenegger was fired from The Apprentice. That's after he went and he did his Saturday morning tweet saying that Obama had tapped his phone. Now, don't we have other things to worry about in America?
I know.
But
it's getting petty.
God's plan. This is God's divine plan. This is the whore of Babylon. This is the fall of America. And it starts with who's at the helm. If the helm is crazy, then the rest of the ship is going down, baby.
Well, good morning, Lance. Good morning, Lance, and good morning, Dr. Brockett. And I just wanted to say,
yes, good morning.
You are loved. You are loved. You are loved, and that's the reason you're there. That's the reason you're going to continue to be there. In reference to the Paul situation, as far as the radio station, I know you said that she came in and was kind of strong as far as the neighborhood and what's going on in the neighborhood. But my perspective is that he kind of co-signed when he said yes, there's certain things going on, and you kind of basically said the same thing, that there's some situations going on in Orlando, and he said this is why he's there. To kind of put some light onto that situation, as well as dim that light so that situation is no longer as bright as it is and what's going on. So that's kind of like the Trinity, whereas you identified, she identified, and Paul identified as to what's going on in the neighborhood. I mean, but it's all over the world. It's not just there.
Right.
If you go to Bosnia, if you go to Syria, if you go anywhere, I mean, this is what's going on throughout the world.
Right.
So just pinpointing one neighborhood, just because it happens to be of a darker shade,
right?
To shed the light on that neighborhood, it doesn't really do that neighborhood justice, because it's going on throughout the whole world.
Right. But hopefully he'll say that.
The good thing is,
hopefully his station will echo that. It'll share the fact that, yes, there are things here, but it's all over. And this neighborhood is targeted for gentrification. They want this. They want Pine Hills back bad, because this is a huge destination. People moving down here. This Orlando in Central Florida is the second fastest growing metropolitan area in the country, right? Also per capita, 100,000. It's number 2 in killings, pound for pound. Over Chicago, that fell at number 8 or 9. They have more numbers in Chicago because it's more people, but pound for pound, right? That's the difference. It's like this. You take Anthony Joshua, who's one of the heavyweight champions now, and you take Manny Pacquiao. Well, he'll always smash Manny Pacquiao because he's so much bigger than him. But what if you make Manny Pacquiao the same height, size, and weight as Anthony Joshua? Who's going to win that fight? Orlando's smaller than Chicago, but pound for pound, there's more numbers, more. Look, I drove Wednesday night last week. There was a detour by the Walmart on Kirkman Road. I wonder what was going on, because there was like 20 cop cars there. On the return trip, they cleared the street, but there was a crime scene investigation unit there, a couple of them. When I drove up there, a couple of cops, there's a dude laid out in the street, and he was dead. I don't know what happened. The day after, in Walmart, where Sam Ash, where I go and get a lot of my equipment, my wiring, and get a lot of my questions answered by the staff that's there. There's a Walmart there, brand new, just put there, and one of the employees went. He worked a night shift. He was fired. He went there and waited and stabbed up the supervisor. This is common down here, and there are a lot of stories that don't get out on the news locally here because they don't want to have the image of Orlando damaged because of the tourist industry. Tourists will say, it's worse than Chicago. We're not going. So there's a dual existence. They're smearing one part. It's like we're sitting around at the dinner table, and on one side of the table, I love everybody, and on the other side of the table, I can't stand them. So I'm smiling at the people who are there, and I'm smiling at the people that I hate, but I'm kicking them under the table. You see what I mean? So yeah, I'm steady kicking them. Got pins and sticking them. Yes, how are you enjoying your meal? Is it good? Do you like it? You know what I mean? So That's what they're doing here. They're kicking us, you know, and they look at the black neighborhoods like they just want you to serve them. What do I drive for? It's a private company. It's not a city thing, but it has government flavoring to it because it's set up that way, you know, and you have your pension and everything like that, right? But Disney controls this city, baby. Disney. Yes. Disney has major influence. That's why I want to draw a picture of Mayor Buddy Dyer in stockings and garter belts and some high heels and a push-up bra being held by his ankles by whoever is the Disney man in charge of the hour, because they switch him up. He's going to have some fake Mickey Mouse earrings, not earrings, ears, a pimp hat, and he's shaking his hoe. And he's going to say, I'm not going to say the B word, but something similar, shaking him saying, where's my money? Because Buddy Dyer and the government does the bidding of whatever Disney wants, because money talks and they're in Orange County. And with all the people who are moving down, a lot of Brits, people don't understand it about Orlando in the Central Florida area. A lot of folks from Britain are buying up property. They've been doing it for the last 20 years. Here in Orlando, Polk County, Osceola County, Lake County, Volusia County, Seminole County. I'm a New York City boy, but I didn't study this place. And they're buying it up. But Pine Hills is just a stone's throw away by car right to downtown. Major floods here. We have such a high elevation, this house is not going to get wet from below. There's a nice lake across the street. These homes were built not so tight because they were built before the mad rush and migration from up north. They're building some luxury homes over in the Dr. Phillips area. Luxury homes, huge. And would you believe they're about 8 feet apart? No land? See, because now they know what time it is. So folks are moving down here. We got to get more home on less land. And since you Northerners are so used to being packed up on each other, you won't mind if the person next door farts in the middle of the night and your house is so close that you can hear it and smell it. Don't have sex. You know what I mean? But that's what it is here. So this is such a prime destination. I love it. 6 or 7 minutes to get to work. Many of you have been on the phone with me when I've punched out and couldn't believe it. Like, wait a second, you just punched out. Now you're disabling your alarm in your house and you're home already? You know, like in the daytime, you know, school buses and traffic and stuff, it may take 15 minutes. But at nighttime, baby, 6 and 7 minutes. And I ain't speeding either. I love that commute. You see, there's certain advantages. You know, the hours that I work, the way I have my circle set up. I was telling a friend of mine the other day about that. I said, you know, your triangle, your circle, whatever you want to call it, the tighter it is, the more time you'll have in a day. The amount of time we spend commuting because the job is so far away. And those other factors. You know, we all know I drive my little hoopty 96 Toyota Corolla. You know what I mean? It's such a hoopty. My dear brother, my friend, he's moving. And I said, hey, take it. I got to be careful. I said, man, it's a hoopty, man. I don't care if you get a dent in or whatever. Just throw a little gas back in there. It's going to conk out soon anyway. Right? But, you know, it doesn't take me long. And there was a time when I had a problem with the vehicle. I work so close. I live so close to where I work that I wouldn't walk it every day because it's kind of a long walk. And I could do other things, zip there quick and read and communicate and do the whole LanceScurv thing through my phone. But the car conked out. It was still rolling. I rolled right up into 7-Eleven, rolled right into the spot. Didn't even worry. My mechanic is close by. He has a key, right? I got out, took my stuff, and walked to work. Didn't even worry. Came back. You know, when I was done from work, you know, Mrs. Scurv is up. Oh, no problem. She came and got me. Yes, Brother Aaron, thank you so much. She came and got me. I didn't mind. There are enough people that go back and forth. She dropped me. My mechanic had the car. You know, I could ride my bike if I want. I love that. But the tighter your circle is, where you live, where the school is of your children, if you have, and when you work, where you have your entertainment, of course, you don't be stuck in one neighborhood, but if you can have that tight circle where you can walk to work, work is 2 blocks away, you know, your favorite restaurants, if you do that, if you're not on a budget or whatever, is right there. Your entertainment, everything you do is close. You'll spend less time. There are people here in Orlando who get on the bus and they're like, hey, Scurv, man, I got to get a car. I said, yeah, this is the kind of place where you need a car, right? Yeah, man, because this takes 4 hours. 4 hours for you to get to work. Okay, the bus system sucks. Honestly, the way they plan everything out. And yes, I am one of the fastest, swiftest, best drivers they have. I'm going to tell it. I'm going to take a bow for that one. I'm not too humble when it comes that way. My passengers say, yeah, when Scurv is late, it had to be a reason because I'm on point. And Brother Saul, I know you're going to listen to this podcast eventually. You know you're going to sign off on that. But the city is something else. And there are people who have these long commutes because of they got to go to another county. And if they miss the connection, it's another hour wait. It's crazy out here, man. But more and more people are coming down and the quality jobs are not there. But the other point I wanted to make was Disney pays my bus company money to keep these specific 5 or 6 routes. If the whole company falls flat, Disney's going to keep those routes going. And what are those routes? For those who live here, for those who don't know, the 300 routes. 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305. I don't know if there's a 306, but if there's going to be another 300 route, 306, 307, 308. Those routes go to the different hoods in Orlando, Florida, because it's the people in the hoods that pay less rent because they can't afford to pay more and move to a different neighborhood because what they're paying in Disney is next to nothing. But they want those people there. That's why I say when you have an affluent neighborhood, you must have a hood plantation nearby. And they're telling you can live wherever you want, but the money you make dictates that. Yeah, they're telling you can live wherever you want, but they're not letting you because they're not letting you make the money that's necessary. That's why you have to hustle. And that's why they're mad about Pine Hills, because there's so many different types of Negroes moving down, hybrids who are used to hustling. They're not the type of Negro that was brought up under this Southern system of being oppressed and, I just want to do my job and get my money and I don't want to make no trouble. So if I have my government job and I just get that, then they pay good, but I'm going to be good, obedient to massa and keep my job. I'll live on the other side of town because us peoples don't live over there next to them. But I'll keep my job and I live my life over there and we will be happily ever after. New Yorkers come down, folks from Detroit, folks from Chicago, even folks from certain parts of the West Coast. I like it over there. I want to live over there. What's the price of that house? And the Klansmen, real estate agents, not all of them are, but the Klan is strong here in Central Florida and all parts of Florida. They done lost out in Miami. They got diluted out and they're about to get diluted out here. See? But they're still here. And folks don't understand that. And I'm going to say it again. The white man who came here to do some work on the house, we had all new windows replaced, right? He felt cool with me. He was into heavy hip hop back in the day. And there was really none of that going on down here. So he was asking me about things about New York City back in the day in the golden era. Then he opened up about racism and he told me, he said, listen, if we had the Underground Railroad, that guy would have been a dude. Come on, I got you. Just hide in the back and I'll keep you fed until you're ready to go. He told me how just 2 miles down the road, right? He lived and grew, he was raised there. He was a year older than me. He said 90% of those in the neighborhood here who are white were in the Klan. And he's my age. So Klan parents like Planned Parenthood, Planned Parenthood, right here. And he told me, you don't know how many of the politicians, I can name names, the real estate people, the bankers, the teachers, the doctors. The doctors, I ain't going to no hospital. The way they're stealing organs from black people, I'm going to go to the hospital. Of course, we were redlined. When I was looking at trying to purchase some property downtown in the Paramore area that was demonized as the hood, it was all good, but I was on the phone. Some of them couldn't find the address of the lot that I was looking at because it was zoned already for commercial purposes. And I said, that'd be a good place to put a LanceScurv's kitchen. Years from now, we'll just buy it and sit on it. Nobody answered me back. There was 3 specific properties that I was looking at that were dirt cheap. While everybody else that was brainwashed was saying, man, that's the hood, man. Why you want to buy something? And these people were born and raised and couldn't see what was happening. And they were determined. But, we have social media. And I got a weird name. Ain't nobody with the same black man named Lance. Last name Scurvin. You ain't going to find that nowhere in the earth. Well, yeah, in the earth, you'll find it. My father's deceased. His name was LanceScurv. But Lance and Scurvin, Google him. He sounds like a nigga. Let's utilize Google a nigga. And they Googled a nigga. Not that I'm that, but from what their standpoint is. And I never got to call back. Call back, nobody picks up. Leave messages. What the heck? It's like the old trick when I would drive through certain neighborhoods in the South. I was driving through Georgia. Met up with this white friend of mine. He says, hey, let's go to the restaurant before you drive on up to New York. I said, hey, listen, you go in the restaurant and order the food. I don't feel like eating spit today. I don't feel like eating somebody's boogers today. Maybe feces, we don't know. The AC was off in the car, it was a mishap. I'm like, listen, I'm keeping these windows rolled down, but I'm rolling back in the seat. Not because I was scared. And wouldn't you believe the restaurant that we pulled up on, we found out later on, because I revealed who I was after I got the food in me. I forgot the name of it, but it was a guy who was in the Klan openly. And this was right off of I-95, and I forgot what part of Georgia. And he had all the paraphernalia, the Confederate flag stickers and stuff in there and everything. And when I went in there to use the restroom, the ladies in the back, they were looking like, and they were looking. And I had to be transparent. I'd like to use the restroom. It's over there. And they looked at each other. Oh, they used that nigger trick. We could have spit in his food. You're not getting me. Yes, Planned Parenthood. We're going to use that on one of the shows. I'm going to put it in the title of one of the videos. Planned Parenthood. We made that up just now, y'all. But he was telling me how bad it was. And I'm hearing this from so many people, but they're afraid to talk about it. And I asked them, I said, okay, they ain't going to come here in the studio and sit next to me and talk this stuff, right? But I said, listen, come over and I don't have to put you on camera. We've done that here before. There are people who don't want to show their face. I'm looking at them, but they don't want to show their face. I'm cool with that. Or just, if you don't trust me, if you think there's a secret camera here, he might be videotaping me and want to blackmail me later on. I can't blackmail you more than the way you've been blackmailed by people hating your black skin already. Or just do audio. No, I'm just glad to tell you about it. If you want to run with that, man, you go ahead and run with that. Valencia College, West Campus here, where my route, the 21 goes through, was nothing but wilderness. It's still that way when you drive through. And it's funny because my dear sister Brenda, who works there, she says how there's this raccoon infestation there that's out of this world. They're predator raccoons. There's a couple of them that chase people off the bus stop, right? Klan raccoons. Little raccoon, great granddaddy raccoons witnessed Klan meetings there. And one old man told me how they did it. before the college was there. And it's nothing but woods over there. And this is in Orlando, the major busy part. Bears come up out of them woods. I saw one night, a year and a half ago. And he was telling me how when he was a kid, go over and creep through the woods, and they come through near the opening and see, different things, not just crosses and everything, but they had to light up because a fact that many people don't know is that Orange County was called Mosquito County. And when the mosquitoes are bad here, they are bad. These mosquitoes are strong. They can damn near lift you up and take you away. So you got to make deals with them. Listen, mosquitoes, I just ate a watermelon, listen, I know you're going to bite me up, but I got to get over to the store real quick. I'll give you my right leg if you pick me up and take me there quicker. You flying, right? So it's that bad. They had to burn something to keep the mosquitoes away. But he told me, he said, when I got to the clearing, and my friends, we saw the police chief, half the police department. We saw the pastor of the white church. We saw this and that. And he said, wow. So they turned around and heard them one time and licked off some shots in the ground, and they were running. And this old man has a scar on the side of his face because he's running and looking back and ran right up into a tree and jacked up his face. And he was like, man, see this here? This was 55 years ago, and it's still there. I said, see that? The Klan still got you. But what they started doing, the perimeter in the woods around that area, they'd have these vicious dogs, nigger chasing dogs. They got fed well to do their job. And so they chained them up where the area they can run in kind of overlapped. So you couldn't get past that. So they protected that. Interesting little things that you'll hear from the people as I drive my bus amongst the people. And that's what I'm not saying makes me powerful, but makes my perspective more powerful from the people who want to help to feed certain things into me. I just wish that they would talk more. Another one I said before, and I'll shut up, was the raccoons, right? Yeah. Facebook posting their business, right? They wanted some BBC, Planned Parenthood, right? But they would have to pay. This was back in the 60s. If you look at Orlando's history, right? Black folks had to pay a quarter to use the restroom in the department stores. White folks were free. Yeah, 25 cents. And if you were caught outside trying to steal a leak in nature, the cops were on you and lock you up. So, man, you'd be messed up, man. You spend your last 25 cents on something to drink. That's cool. But now you're trying to make room and you don't have the money. What are you going to do? Piss yourself? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And this is the thing that a lot of people really have no idea of the history of what still is going on down in this dirty South, because the capacity that I'm in, I come across a lot of scenarios just as the one that you just described. And because of who I am, a lot of people feel comfortable enough to sit down and really go into detail about the things that was going on down here in this dirty South. That's why they call it the dirty South.
Yeah, it really is.
And it really is. And people that are in the 80s and the 90s, and I'm talking about Klansmen shit. And like I said, because of who I am and the way I speak to people, they feel comfortable enough to tell me about the things that they were involved in. I mean, maybe at some point, Lance,
yes,
I'll let you meet, especially this one gentleman. I mean, the things that, I mean, he is so well known. I mean, Dale Earnhardt, Daytona. I mean, he has owned dealerships. He's been auctioneers. I mean, he kind of like owned Florida. He was like the first dealer in Florida. You know, I'm talking heavy hitters.
Wow.
I'm talking heavy hitters. Heavy hitters. As a matter of fact, when you spoke about Georgia, he is very, very well. I'm not going to get into that.
Right. But we'll eventually, you know. And I just want to say that even if we got a hold of him and couldn't get him on video if he didn't want to, because I know he probably wouldn't want to. I just got a nice recorder right here. I mean, this can record, you know, through 2 channels up top, and we have the XLR connections to go directly to 2 mics on the bottom, or all 4 at the same time. So this is a sweet piece right here. And again, I want to thank everybody for the donations. I'm putting it right back into the business, you know. But go ahead, brother.
I'm going to give you the name of the police chief who was in Georgia for many years. That he is, I mean, like brothers with, just to show you the connection, you know, that he has. I mean, powerful guy. And he was there today. And we sit down and kick it. Because I'm just real with him like that. As a matter of fact, Lance, in Barbados, one of the same gentleman just opened up a huge hotel, $1 million hotel in Barbados. And he asked me if I can go and run the hotel.
Wow.
But, you know, I have some things that I'm dealing with here. But, you know, he asked me if I can go run that hotel. So this is what I'm talking about.
I'll come with you, man. I'll come with you.
You know, it's you know, and here's the thing, Lance. When I tell you I love you, man, I really do, and this is why, you know.
Thank you, man.
What it is.
And likewise, even though I haven't had a chance to come, you know my schedule, and you know that we have that connection, and there's not a day that goes by where I don't think of you, man. So similar, and there's so many interests that we have in common, and I don't want it to be a quick, well, let me drive through there for 2 or 3 hours. I'm not gonna say I want to hog up. I know you're busy, but I want it to be something relaxed where the first initial time is like we really make the connection all the way, and you know you have me for life as a brother. You know what I mean?
And that's, I appreciate that, because here's the thing, Lance. When you come, right? When you come, I want you to come. You come to the house.
Yes.
You sit down. You meet my sister.
Yes.
You meet my brother.
Yes.
It's like family. I mean, it's family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what I want. That's the levels that I'm on now. I can't deal with this superficial people, whether I knew them for a long time or a short time. No one here in the chat room, nobody here in the show, but I just can't deal with that level where there's no real connection. We're going to be on this earth. I may have one day, I might live to 150, who knows? But I just want the real right now. You know what I mean? And I have to be real. I have to be real. When we face to face, you're going to see that I'm the same person that you see sitting on the screen here. The same person, no different. That's what bugs people out when I meet people on the bus that know me from before this way, and they meet me, they're like, man, you're the same. What do you expect? Other people, I don't know what kind of game they're playing, what kind of projections they're playing. This way I can be consistent all the time and shoot from the hip. Because I'm not holding up all these masks, like, hold on, mask, prop this up, let me shoot from the hip, but behind the mask. No. You know?
And that's, you see, and that's the power that we have, and this is what's going to carry us over the threshold. I mean, I heard you speaking earlier about like the Sodom and Gomorrah type thing that's going on here, you know, and what they call little horn in the scriptures. You know, Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed for less than what's going on right here. It was destroyed for less, and up till today, not a blade of grass is growing in that area. So it's because of people like yourself, the doctor that's on the line. It's conscious people that's keeping this place. It's like when God said, when he said, if there's one, I want to spare. So you see, there's more than one right now. So this is why it's being spared, because of conscious minds.
Right. And that energy.
Focus. And that energy. You see, and it's the combination of that energy, that force, that's keeping the wrath from coming here and destroying this place.
Wow.
Because there's so much things that's going on behind the scenes. There's so much things that's plain sight that people see, but the veil is covering their eyes. And
that's right.
When you perceive, they don't have that perception, that understanding to really grasp what's really going on. I don't want to, I don't want to get off topic, but when you spoke about Pine Hills, it reminds me of Brooklyn, where you have the brownstones, and people didn't understand how important those brownstones were.
Right.
Didn't understand how, the transportation situation worked. People that live in, say, Long Island, which I was from as well, and you have people that live in Manhattan. Now all these people with 2-fare zones, they're moving into, the Brooklyn area because you have better homes, and it's a 1-fare zone. Where you don't have to take bus and car and all these different ways to get to work.
That's right.
So they didn't have a full understanding of how important that location was. Just like you saying of Pine Hills. So they sold out early. And now you see Brooklyn is called Brooklyn Heights, like how you refer to it.
Right.
And so now those people sold out, and now the same house that they were getting for, say, 150, 200 is now $500,000 and higher.
That's right. And see, they have that same plan here. And those of us who are from up north, we know that's coming. We know that's the deal. We know where we're positioned. So this is why they have to demonize this area to scare some of us out. They're going to let some things happen. They have a designated task force for Pine Hills. And I'm like, what the heck? Certain spots in Pine Hills way over, could be spotty, but they can take care of that activity immediately. But they're letting it go on. And that's why they had so much of a fanfare when they announced this task force. They had religious leaders, politicians, law enforcement from here and other places, and they made a big hoopla about it on the news and had a big press conference about it, announcing it. Why do you have to announce something that you plan if you really want to help? It's posturing. And so let the people know who are interested to come here and make an investment in a nigger neighborhood because they won't be here soon. There's got to be a coded way of saying that, letting them know we're working on it. We're preparing it for you to come in. And it really shouldn't be that way. It should really be where, of course, wherever you want to live, you should be able to go. I'm not against Caucasians coming here to the neighborhood, but many don't want to live around us. And on top of that, not even just because of what they feel is danger or quality of life or property values. A lot of them don't want to see a person like me. They don't want to see a black man living some semblance of the American dream. I don't think it's an American dream in actuality. My standard is higher than what they say what they think I should have. But they don't want to be outside mowing their lawn with a nice lawnmower. And we just purchased one. I think I used it 4 times. Shiny, nice little red one, right? Me out there doing the same thing? Oh no, that's not acceptable. Driveway and the garage door goes down. They don't like that. What they also don't like is that I don't fit into the stereotype. We had some Caucasians that lived across the street, came here after us, right? And that was years ago when I was painting the butterfly in front of the house. Photos on Facebook or on Black Planet, you'll see those photos. I know Pam Baker, you remember that. And I painted this, it's still out there. And people use it as a mark. It's funny when I'm on a bus and you turn on Hiawassee and you go to 3 blocks and you see the house with the butterfly, right? I'm like, that's my house. I'm driving the bus like that, they're using it as a landmark, right? It's funny, Guys creeping, you girl, where you live? Oh, you can come on over, but only after midnight because, my daddy goes to work and he works double shifts, but you can come on over. Just 2 blocks up from the butterfly house. I'm like, I got to see who this is. You know what I mean? And I'm looking like, I can see why he's coming over here late at night. You know what I mean? But they don't like that. And when they see us living in a way that doesn't fit their racist views of us, or they have a way to be condescending, like, okay, we're white, we're in the neighborhood. There's cops are over there every other day. There's all kind of babies over there, baby mama drama. They're fighting. The husband, he's there sometimes. He's drunk half the time, and he's beating his wife, and so on. So let's just kick back and enjoy the show until they get out, and we take over this neighborhood. honestly, the house looks better than theirs. I'm not being worldly, but they didn't like that. But I waved when they first moved. I saw the wife, and I would never try to approach anybody's wife any kind of way, but she was walking in, and I locked eyes with her, so I waved like a friendly neighbor. I wasn't on some, oh, you devil, I'm not going to, no, I'm going to give you a shot. I don't know your heart. We're going to meet as human beings, and let's see what it's all about. Hi, how are you? So she waved, but she threw it at me. She didn't even just wave. The way she did it, so, okay, maybe she's having a bad day. You know what I mean? So anyway, the husband came out one day. I was at the mailbox. We have a little way right at the door for the mail, but the main mailbox is, because the Scurv media stuff I like to have directly at the house. Around the corner right there. So I went to check the mail. I turn around, here comes the husband. So I said, good afternoon, how are you? Just light. He kept his face straight. I'm like, how they say it down here in the South? Oh, hell no. You know what I mean? Like, he tried me. So I go back and, now, okay, this is how we playing it. It's like you boxing me. We're supposed to be boxing and you hit me with a low blow. I got a friend at ringside who's big breasted. And when I wink my eye, she shakes it and the referee looks and I hit this guy with a low blow timing. You're going to get some low blows too. We're going to be robots now. I ain't speaking to you. I don't see you. Right? Okay, how can I don't want to get too detailed, but there's another race of people that live next door to him. And they would just look over my way. Buddies, actually they're Indians from Guyana, not Native Americans, which we call Indians the wrong way. And they never really vibe with me either. So I'm going to the mailbox, I'm cutting along, and they're just over there looking like we're some kind of experiment in a condescending. You can feel those vibes. Well, after a while, the Indians started playing this loud music. Now, the Indians from Guyana, they got that. I don't care how many different female singers it is. They all got that same voice. And it all sounds like they're saying the same thing. Like, what is this one saying? And this one song, it sounded so, we had that song years ago by the Two Live Crew, Me So Horny, oh, me so horny. This Indian woman, it sounded like she was saying, I want it in the hiney, want it in the hiney. I'm like, what is she saying? And it was loud, right? And I know them white folks couldn't get no sleep. So they would play this every weekend loud. I mean, this is a quiet neighborhood. I mean, and it's brick construction on these houses because of the hurricanes in Florida. So better than a wooden house that can burn down to the ground. I like knowing that I got some stone around me and the soundproofing that goes along with it. And with the new windows, we really don't hear anything outside. Oh, but that voice is so piercing. We felt a little bit of the bass, but all we had to hear this woman talking about how she wanted it in the hiney. I want it in the hiney, want it in the hiney. I said, well, please, somebody just give it to her in the hiney and shut her up. You know what I mean? Even old Fido over there, the little dog was like, hey, I give it in the hiney. You ain't got no tail. I can get in there deeper. Right? So they got sick and tired, and we never saw them two hanging out with each other. The Indians and the white folks, they were just like quiet. And then all of a sudden, the Indians stopped playing their music. She must have got it in the hiney, and the music stopped. Or maybe he gave it to her in the hiney and gave it to him that way too, and the DJ. Right? Quiet. You see them come out, they don't speak. Oh, but the niggers are bad. The black people across the street, we don't deal with them. But you know what? We have more model citizens than the people you took to. So you can't judge.
That's right.
But you know what? I'm not here to try to validate myself to you. If you think I'm that way, you go on thinking that way. Stupid you really are. And that is not just in a situation in this neighborhood. That's anywhere in life. So me trying to prove to you that I'm not a thug and I'm not a criminal and I'm not lazy and I'm not running around all times of night leaving my wife in the bed by herself. Right? So You think that of me? Go ahead and think that. Go ahead and think that. You're going to see how stupid you are because I'm going to shine brilliantly in this life and live such a pristine, clean life. And I ain't perfect. But I didn't get to this age unscathed and untouched, and I got scars inside and out. But I think I look good after a 54-year-old fight. Psychological warfare. So now I know your tricks. I know the blows you're coming with. Like Floyd Mayweather, he don't have to wait for you to throw the punch and to get near him. He sees the chest muscle, the left pec start to jump, and he knows that, and he looks at the position of your feet. 4, when we lock eyes, I can download and know what you are because I've been dealing with you my whole life. And I've mastered you. And I don't have to waste time with you because I know your game. Deal with foreigners who are blacks who come here who don't know the game. They look at me, they know we can't try him. And I'm glad. Have fear. You throw a low blow at me, I'm going to hit you back with a couple of low blows. I'm trying to knock your nuts off because I don't have too much time like I did when I was 20. Maybe I got a lot of time, right? It's like my father used to say, you know, as he was getting older and his physical was not diminishing, but you know, you're not the same at 72 as you were when you were 22. And I remember at one time, he was like, listen, I'm an older man. And he said, don't think I won't get up in your ass. Because I ain't got that much time to give to the man. I was like, that's so cool. That's an old man cool threat line without threatening. You go to the cops, he threatened me. What did he say? He said he don't have much time to give to the man. It's like, when I'm that age, I'm going to use that. But I'm going to be real fit, but they still think twice like, dang, you know, he's older, but he's still like he can rock for 2 or 3 rounds. You know what I mean? But that's like the story where the guy was hitting on this guy's wife on the bus. They all were friends, but this guy was like really being funny, you know, saying, and he was friends with the guy and the guy's wife, but he was flirting with the guy's wife in front of him. Slightly, but enough where it's like, oh, he's trying him. So he's like, oh yeah, you work tomorrow, right? Tell him, talking to the buddy. This is the single guy. He's like, yeah, man, I'm going to work tomorrow. What time are you going to work? Oh, I'm going to work about 2 o'clock. I'm leaving about 2 o'clock. And he's like, well, I was going to come by and help you, you know, paint that garage. But since you're leaving at 2 o'clock, I'll be there at 2:15. But you won't be there, but I'll hold it down. And he was laughing. He said, so whatever the woman's name, let's say her name was Brenda. Brenda, you know that dress you had another day? You need to wear that. I'm like, oh, hell no, like the Southerners say. And this guy was pissed. Wow. So he also said about another day he wanted to come over, but this guy was going to be home. The husband was going to be home. So he said, yeah, I'm going to come by Thursday at 2 o'clock. But I know you're going to be asleep. You coming over 2 o'clock? Mm-hmm. I'll be home, but I ain't going to be asleep. I'll be polishing up my guns around 1:30. I almost crashed the bus when he said that. the way he looked, his hair, he was going bald. It was shooting out on the side. He had the 5 o'clock shadow times 10. He had a little gut. He was pigeon-toed. And he was like a humble dude, right? He wasn't no guy who looked, he even looked the guy in the eye when he said that. He just put his head up, okay. 2 o'clock. And he's a Southern dude. I'll be polishing up my guns around 1:30. That was a threat. I'm going to shoot you behind, man. But the way he did it, I was like, oh, man. I'll be polishing up my guns around 1. The way he said guns, it wasn't Guns and ZZ. I'll be polishing up my guns around 1:30. That's so funny. I'm gonna wrap it down in a few, y'all, because I didn't schedule anything for tomorrow. I'm gonna do it impromptu tomorrow. Like I said, from this week coming in, I'm gonna make a Saturday show, probably a Thursday night show, and maybe a Sunday show on a regular that you can depend on. All these other shows. I'm gonna do a whole hell of a lot of videos now that I got my system right and everything. little shorties but goodies, just to keep the conversations going. And again, I want to just say to everybody that if there's any topic that you want to speak about, heavy hitting, hard Klansman undercover, hint, hint, Dave. We'll work something out. Anybody in the interview, different perspectives. It can be short things. It can be a friend of yours that has something to say. So let's just call up Scurv and let's get this out there for 10 minutes, whatever. Let me know. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the thing. I encounter a lot of individuals, both that I have known from up north that are down here as well. And again, another individual who was actually part of the Russian mafia over there in, like Coney Island area.
Oh, you're going deep now. That's some deep stuff.
Oh yeah.
All these folks don't know about the Russian mafia.
Oh yeah, they actually worse than the other mafia.
Yes, I know. They don't care. I must break you.
Oh yeah, and
Ivan Drago with it.
I mean, yeah, Lance, I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you something. In life.
Yes.
In life, you're put in a position. It says, some people say God doesn't give you more than you can handle.
Mm-hmm.
In this life, you are put in a position where you encounter personalities.
Yes.
And different spirits.
Oh, yes.
Because in this time, just for this time, he's surrounded by those spirits and those entities because of what those entities bring for that moment.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't encounter them before that, but you encounter them now just for this time, because this time needs to be seen on your watch.
Yes.
This time needs to see the big hand, the hour hand, and you need to see the minute hand, as well as the seconds.
Yes.
This is why these spirits are in your time frame. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So just for this time, we are going to get together. We're going to kick back on some situations because there's something I'm not going to say on here.
Yes.
Sit back. We're going to go through some situations, and we're going to put this together, whereas you're going to see the power behind the people.
Yes.
You're going to see the power behind the people. This is why, Lance, you spoke about some things as far as the neighbors and stuff like that. People see me come, they see me go.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know who I am.
That's right.
They see me driving a different car every week, things going on and stuff like that, because that's how I move.
Right.
I don't need to impress my neighbors.
Yes.
I don't need to impress anyone because I know who I am.
That's right.
I don't need to go and extend myself beyond who I am just to say, hey, look at me, look at me. No,
exactly.
That's who I am.
Exactly.
So I have neighbors just like you. I'll say hi.
Right.
If I don't see the reverberation, I just keep it moving. It's not that serious.
That's right.
It's not that serious.
That's right.
And as far as, as like Indians, it's family for me.
Right.
You see? And I know how they are.
Indie
One of us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they don't see themselves as one of us.
Right.
You see? So they identify more with
right.
You see, and that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have an overstanding of that.
Yes, me too.
And because the thing is this: when you know who you are, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone, and that spirit that is within you is going to be around you as well. It's like Elijah when he said, it's not what you see, it's what you don't see.
Right.
Look, there's billions of angels that surround him.
Mm-hmm.
See, and is ready to do battle for him. That's how I am.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So you would see me as one.
Right.
But I see me as plural.
That's right.
I see me as single. I see me as plural.
Layered, multiple layers, dimensions.
Multiple layers.
That's right.
Multiple layers. And it's these connections, even with just vocally, on the phone with you, just dialoguing, just speaking. But it's more than that.
It's deeper than that.
Beyond that, because when we speak it, we create it. We create our own reality.
I know that. See, I love you saying that. I love you saying it, and I'm executing that easier and smoother, and I've always believed in it because I was taught to believe in that. And I'm an artist. I see things that are not there for the other people, their naked eye, but I see it and I create it. That's on a basic level. I knew that from single digit ages. And just like even in this room or something I want to build, while I'm here, I'm not going to stay here forever physically in this particular address. You know what I mean? I'll be here for a little while, but I'm going to manifest heaven on earth while everybody else will say, oh, crime hills, crime hills, crime. You can't hypnotize me with that. And like we were saying earlier with Dr. Mona Brockett and Brother Aaron, you manifest the outcome. We know what forces are coming against us, but we know what we want to project. We know our game plan. We know our punches, the punches that we want to throw, how we want to throw it, the power we want to use when we throw them in this fight. So I'm not going to focus on all the time what they're going to do to us. We have to know what they're coming with. But also they don't know what I'm coming with. And they can say, well, he's just one, whatever. But on that spiritual plane, what's behind me, like Mrs. Scurv said, when you come at me, you're going to see an army. They can take a tank and blow me down or one of the weapons, whatever, but it's something more because I'll come back at you at another time through another person. And what flows through me is, look, when the system is bad and sick and toxic, there'll be an energy that rises up in the downtrodden, in the oppressed, to take care of things. It's just like you have a bad system because you're eating bad. It's just a matter of time before that pimple rises up to show you that there's too much toxins in the body and we're trying to get rid of them faster. Mm-hmm. So you get that potato salad, the yogurt in the corner of your eye, more so when you've been eating bad. You wake up like, what the hell is all this? Or you try to open your eye. You can't even open your eye. You got to peel your eye apart because you got this bad stuff inside of you. And that's your body telling you, man, you're doing us wrong. We're in an emergency right now. We got morning breath, stuff in our eye, stuff oozing out, mucus, whatever. You're sick. So we have the prophetic voices that will come up. And they don't even know what it is they're doing. They ride the righteous wave. They've been chosen. Collectively, we all are chosen to do something to rectify and bring balance in the universe and the world around us. It's not about one man upmanship. The position that you physically hold in this righteous team, you're made for that. Whatever I'm doing, I'm made for this. The next man, so we're all one team, one spirit, one current running through. Up north, you go down to the basement, you hit the breaker box. Or here in Florida, you go into the garage and hit the proper breaker that brings all the power in the house. You hit that one switch, everything goes out, which shows we're all connected. Everything on a spiritual plane has a lesson in the physical. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. It's true. Don't be mad because he got some extra whatever on the side, or that's his dealing with his creator. We're all messengers to bring some truth. I mean, I could imagine being in a restaurant and having the most delicious dish, and the chef back there was a crackhead. I'm not going to not like the food as long as he kept himself clean and didn't drop no crack in my food. Had me say, what kind of carbohydrates are these up in this food? Why I got all this energy? You know what I mean? What kind of brown rice pasta was that? No, but I can't stop liking it because of the personal issues that you have. We all have to sharpen our sword and become better people, but it's one current. And when I see that maybe you're dealing with something, it's my job to help you out from my perspective if I can, instead of putting you down. Go ahead, brother. I know you were trying to say something.
And on that note, Lance, what you just said about helping out, it's not your fault or it's not my fault that I'm sending the electricity to your brain, and as you just so eloquently put it, but your breaker box is off.
Right.
Turn that switch on.
Exactly.
Turn the switch on to receive that electricity. It's not our fault, you see. You know? So, you know, let me tell you something. I don't eat out because I know what is out there. I read it.
Energies.
I see people in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood, Lance, there's a site here. It's called Spring Hill Uncensored. Right? And the people that work in the restaurants and in different locations, they are posting online. They hate and they discuss for other people. Yet they're working in a food industry.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen when you go into that location, encounter this personality, knowing the way they feel about you, and you're sitting down, they're going in the back and bringing a plate specifically for you?
Oof.
No, that's not going to happen for me. I'm sorry, that's not going. I would rather go to Golden Corral.
Right. Go to Golden Corral and at least innocently knock off a fly that's on the food, more so than what, you know, you sucking up bodily fluids. You don't know what this person's doing. And like I said, there are a lot of people who work in the restaurants here and they get on the bus and they tell me, there's one chef that I know, we have the most interesting conversation and I keep forgetting. I have his number. We lost contact and he's going to get on the show. He is a chef and he wants to go in detail. This is a brother. He wants to go in detail about what goes on and why he will not eat in 95% of these restaurants in Orlando because he's had personal experiences there. It's frightening.
That's right. And when you know, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and when, again, when you know that you know that you know, because that wisdom doesn't just come, it doesn't just show up.
Right.
It's there for a reason. You see, and my thing I was going to say earlier, when God said vengeance is mine, there's a reason he's saying vengeance is mine.
Right.
Because the thing that our carnal small spirit can do, he can do a billion times more.
Exactly.
And you know what you see happening, Lance? As you walk and you go about your travels, as you're traveling, as you're moving, as you're maneuvering, and you are focused on your directive, you're going to see that around you there's going to be bodies. There's going to be things happening, and you're going to be saying to yourself, "Wow, I wonder what happened there." But it's not for you to wonder.
Right.
What is happening is that there's people and spirits being removed from around you.
Yes.
That had negative intentions.
Yes. Yes.
And because of who you are and because of who's holding you, these spirits are being removed so that you can go about your journey.
Yes.
So that doesn't affect you.
That's right. That's right.
This is what we are dealing with here in this life. You see,
you're
when
right.
it says vengeance is mine, it says no. I don't want you to harbor these negative feelings because it's going to bring your karma down.
It will
bring your spirit down to a low level.
That's right.
I want your vibration to be up the way it is. I want you to be vibrating with the people who vibrate with you.
Right.
So that resonance can be up. You see, it's like when you put on the music and you hit the bass and that vibration comes in, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to do. I want you to vibrate with this equal like mind.
Resonate.
Equal like spirit.
Exude.
Resonate.
Shine.
If it's not resonating with you, we're going to move it out your way and get it out.
Yes.
Because we can't have that.
And when you get rid of it, you fly higher.
You fly higher.
Yes.
You levitate.
That's right.
You know,
effortless.
But your feet aren't moving. Huh?
Yes.
Man, we are such powerful people. We just don't know what power we have because the powers that be allow the fluorides and all these things. And you know, actually, fluoride is actually a blocker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I heard
fluoride
that.
Blocks your. Yeah, fluoride blocks it. You know, so when they talk about the pineal gland and the third eye and the resonance,
the calcifying.
This is why calcified. That's right. So this is where
renders it useless.
You need to. Right. So here you are, an antenna, but you can't receive the signal.
Right. So this is why, like, even now these days, you know, the cooked food that I will eat, it's vegan. You know, my brown rice or quinoa, mushrooms or whatever, vegetables, different vegetables and stuff. Rest of the day, raw fruit, nuts, grains, oats, whatever, just raw, nibbling all day, just raw. Yo, my third eye has never been as clear as it is now. And that's why I'm feeling so good. I went to New York in January, late January, and I shook off a lot. And I connected. And Sister Tracy, I don't know if you're listening right now, our meeting, Mrs. Scurv and I meeting with you was just such a beautiful thing. You know, and going back, not because it was there where I grew up, but just focusing from within. It wasn't like, oh, that building, and let's go to this place. There were places we didn't go. It wasn't about that. We were flowing from within, but we came away from the battle zone. Now, this house is not the battle zone, but the stronghold over the city that makes sure to try to put something on me every chance it can get, which doesn't bother me. But it was nice to not have to concern myself with these petty battles. And that's why I didn't announce it. And so many were angry. You didn't tell me you were coming up here, or you didn't tell me you were leaving. Well, you don't bother with me anyway most of the time anyway, so why should it be a concern of yours? See? So I came back stronger, more refreshed, and more focused. I have my to-do list always, and the intentions and the plans, and I'm always months or even years ahead. I research, but it was a renewal on a spiritual level because I reconnected at the root. And again, not because it was New York City, but my own. I walked at night, meditated, looked at streets that I walked down when I was 14 and 15 years old, places that may not be there anymore, reconnected from within, sharpened my sword, went back to the future. Now I came back more vicious, and I want some more of that. And it may not be in a New York City. I'm being invited to so many different places now because it's time to come out and travel, but it's also time to put the pedal in the metal and to do what I'm supposed to do with this online platform and face-to-face and beyond. Whatever it is for me, I'm going to accept it until the day I die. And I'm loving it. And that's why I'm in such a good place right now. Not that I was in a bad place before, but I'm really in a good place. Like that kid who couldn't see because he's so short. He was at the free concert in the park, and all he saw was people's butts until his father or uncle lifted him up and put him up on his shoulders, and now you can see and you have a better view of what's going on around you. And then you see the other uncle who is a foot taller, and you want to get on his shoulders and say, I really got a good view, and I'm hanging on to one of the branches on the tree. Let him go. I'm in the tree now. I can see better, and nobody can touch me. And I know that. The filth and the foolishness and the decadence that comes at me on a regular basis, it doesn't touch me. You can sling all the doodle you want. It doesn't touch me. Even there are people who bring gossip to Mrs. Scurv that she knows. They don't touch her. They can't touch her. Our minds are so clear what must be done. This is effortless more so now. All these years to master certain things, to now have it where the tires are grounded. You know, you're spinning sometime, but you're not going anywhere. The tires are spinning. But now it's spun, the tires got hot, the concrete is hot, the sun is shining, and now we got grip. So after all these years now, this is the real beginning. At the peak, or my prime. My prime's going to last, hopefully. I'm going to preserve myself, and God's going to give me the power to keep going. But, you know, this is when you do your layup, when you're at that peak. Like a basketball player who's running to do the layup shot. He doesn't do the layup shot, or he doesn't try to dunk the ball 10 feet before the hoop. You time it. And when you're right there at the peak, you slam that bad boy. So all the crap that I've been through before and the attacks and the mind games, which I mastered the mind games, you mess with me with a mind game, you're going to go back with one. That's my gift. God said, here, we got you with that. So I love that. But I'm a counterpuncher. I don't start them, but you start them, I'm going to get you back. Right? But now I'm right here, and that hoop is right upon me, right in front of me. And all the pain I felt, all the dysfunctional situations that were around me, and the character assassinations and all the different things. You know, they say vengeance is mine. Yes. For God, yes. I'm not trying to do his job. He's going to handle it. But after he handled it, he holds the opponent down and says, listen, Lance, you can get one kick in. A little weak kick compared to what he can do. But he's giving me the satisfaction of getting my kick in. And I kicked the opponent so hard I hurt my foot. So this is why we got to leave him to do things for us. Let's give it 5 more minutes, man. And just pour out what's inside of you. And definitely today when I wake up, we're going to have a private phone call whenever you're free. I'll drop you a text and a call and see if you're free. Because like I said, there's things we have to mention and share off of the show. Not that we're hiding anything, but people understand that these conversations are being monitored all the time. You know, I know that for a fact.
And, you know, and about what you're just saying about getting your kicking and feeling it, that's why, and part of my language, it says, give your soul to the Lord, but bring your ass to me.
Exactly. Big shout out to Barbara Jacobs, my lovely sister over on the other side of the Atlantic. There may be physical distance between us, but you know, the spirit is connected there and we're all connected. We're family and it's all love. Love has no boundaries. You can't corral love. You can even go to the other dimensions and not stop love. I know wherever my father is and wherever my mother is right now, and I have a good idea where they are, right? But they love me. And wherever they are, they know that I love them. So we have to think on things on a broader term right now, like, oh, they're gone. No, they're not. They're somewhere else right now. But that love goes through all dimensions. You can't say you believe in God and don't understand that concept. Because God is love, right? And you know, lots of times people say, well, we can't see God. We can't talk to him. But that love, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the love that he has for you. You see what I mean? So it's a very important thing to understand. We just take, look, humans, mere mortals, narrow-minded people who think narrow-minded, love is something really where we can interchange that word with need. It's not so much that a lot of these people on a carnal, worldly level, they're so quick to say, oh, I love you. Well, a lot of these Instagram chicks will say the love word to a dude that, you know, once he wanted to mess around with them and he got a Bentley and a Benz over there and 3 houses and I love you. Translation, I want to use you and I need you. I need you because I want to get what you have, right? You know, or maybe that man who fancies a young lady and sees how fabulous God has adorned her body. Oh, baby, you know I love you. But he has something else on his mind. When you take away what they have as a goal that they want from you, usually the love dissipates. But it doesn't dissipate because it was never there in the first place. So the unconditional love is what I'm all about. Love me unconditionally. Don't have conditions on it, because if it has conditions on it, you're going to take it away. So people have done things to me and I still love them, but I'm not going to let you walk over me. I'm going to pull myself away from you. I'll love you from a distance until you come into the knowledge of who you are and how you need to treat me. I love me too, right? I'm going to take care of me. And I just want to say this out. There are a couple of young ladies who reached out to me. And all I want to say is that you can never do wrong by loving yourself. Don't ever make anybody make you feel that you are wrong for putting yourself first and loving yourself. God loved you enough to give you your life. Your life is not to be a footstool for anyone who is abusive to you or anyone who sees that you have a kind, giving spirit. And because maybe you might have made a bad choice in your earlier years, you feel you have to give because that's making up for something in the past. No, you don't. Don't let people manipulate you. Love you. And if you love you and treat yourself right and somebody has a problem with it, they don't really love you. And open up your eyes and understand that. Because if you love you and I meet you, and I'm just saying this in a general term because I'm married and everything, we know that, and I love you, I'm loving the fact that you're loving you, because that makes you want to love on you more. And if you love you, you can truly love me completely. If you don't love me, you're going to shortchange me because you're not even doing yourself right. So, you know, we knock people who have the visible drug addictions and addictions that way. But what about the people who have it going on in life, but they don't really love themselves? You get into something with them and they're shortchanging you. And you're going out there feeling 50% loved and 20% loved and yearning for other things. They're setting you up. They don't know it, but they're setting you up to fall in that relationship. Let's pool this love together. When you make your money to pay your bills, you pool it all together. You should. I shouldn't keep 100 in my pocket so I can slip by and go to the topless bar. I don't put that money on the table. If I love you and you know that's what I like to look at, you'll walk around that way behind closed doors and we'll save our money. See? I get to have the topless bar treatment and that $100 stays on the table and we benefit from that. Be honest with each other. And if anybody is not honest with you in this life, in the relationship, and like I said, I'm speaking to a few people right now, cut them. Cut them. The venom they have for you and the pain they have for you in their back pocket that they want to bring to you will visit them when you're disconnected from them. They're like that wire that's hooked up to your house in the backyard. That neighbor who doesn't really like you, but he plugged his extension cord at night to run something that pulls a lot of power, and you get your light bill, your electric bill. What the hell? I'm going at night, working overnight. I'm not pulling no electricity. I'm not running the AC. I got a fan. Where's all the power going? They're attached to you and they're sucking you. Spiritual vampires. So you're being nice to this one because, you know, you have some guilt inside of you about a past situation. So you're letting this one get a free ride. And you know they're screwing you over. Some people come around you and complain about the same things every day, and you're the shoulder for them to cry on. And they're using you because when they're nursed to health on an emotional level and they're not crying on your shoulder no more, they're gone. And you need a shoulder to cry on, and they're gone. Crazy. I got my stuff together. Well, you know, I got to get on out of here, man. Good talking to you. You're like, wait a second. I was there for you, but you're not there for me? Love yourself. Love yourself first. I talk to myself in the house, just like this, talking. I'm going to really talk tomorrow in the house. LanceScurv got a couple things, a little run she's going to do. I'm going to be in here talking. Won't be nothing recording. I won't be nowhere near the mics. You know what I mean? So I looked at LanceScurv picture, looked around, I said, I love you, sweetheart. Mwah. Kiss the picture. Yes, I did. That's right. Telling her how much I loved her. I don't wait until the time comes where one has to transition. No. I laugh because of that. I'm just saying laugh because I'm still in love and I love, and transition can't stop this. If you really believe in it. My father's not here. My mother's not here physically, but I love them and I'm here. And they gave me a baton to carry and represent them by what they put inside of me. And I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. And I want to be an example of those coming behind me, right? So this is what we do. That's how you show them love. Represent them. But most of the time we're disconnected with our mission and we don't know what we have to do. Racism, I fight it every day. I deal with it every day. But I shine in its face every day. Racist folks looking at you funny. I'm supposed to sit here and kiss up to them like they're the standard? Look at me. If you're going to look at me, look at the beautiful body I have for someone who's almost 53 years old. Look how strong I am. 4 years old. Look how youthful I am, and you racist and 28 years old and can't handle me. Can't think as sharp as I am. Not because I'm so great. But you want to be racist, you want to make it hard for me? I'm not just going to fight you. I'm going to submit more, not to you, but the righteous principles that make me strong. So while you're focusing on me, you're not focusing on the righteous principles. You can't. Look what's in your heart. Of you all the time. I'm going to have my spiritual antennas up, and you'll be like a rat in a maze and won't know where to turn. You hating me, but you can't shine like me. You sitting there with some liquor at your house. You can't even beat off no more. You don't watch Red Tube and you porn, and you can't even get it up no more, and you frustrated. Got food up inside you from 3 and 4 Thanksgivings ago, looking at your gut. How the hell does that Scurv do it? He works 2 jobs and gets on these shows and edits and writes and draws. He was downtown earlier today with his wife and his camera out. He's on a documentary. He's doing this. I saw him on TV last year. Blah, 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 blah. And I ain't got to answer to nobody except God. Nobody behind for whatever comes my way. Yet I'm envious of no one for what they get. Righteous principles, submit to it. Love yourself and submit to the righteous principles. The answer is not outside of you. It's in the God inside of you. That direct connection. Absolutely. Ain't got to go downtown to some coon and watch and you look around and they're shoving a plate in your face. I just went to the oppressor to get money off that plantation. Now I got to give it to you. And you driving a Bentley? Is this? And then now the oppressor that owns the company you work in, he's shaking hands with the same preacher. Yeah, we got these fools locked. He working for you. He bring it to me. We getting tax breaks. You know, oh boy, thank you for keeping that secret apartment. And them 2 chicks you got over there for me, praise the Lord. This world, this covering of a world, this illusion of a world that's pulled over our eyes, it's something else. And if one thing don't get us tangled up in it, and another thing, we all tangled up in it, or just want to keep our foot in it, you got to cut the web, man, and get out of it. You know, be in the world, but not of it. I don't know scriptures, but that's so true. That's common sense. I'm in this. I'm looking around. I'm not playing the game.
Stay in your lane, man.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm on the bus.
Listen.
I'm on the bus, and I'm a man. And I'm a married man, happily, right? They titties and shaking. I'm like, okay, nice titties. Nice. That's for somebody else. But you ain't trapping me with that. I'm real. You're not getting me with that. Oh, that's a nice piece of chocolate cake, but I don't eat that stuff. I got to be ready for the battle when it comes. I'm like that boxer who got that call 3 in the afternoon, 3 days before the Saturday, because an opponent dropped out for another fight. Scurv, you think you'll be ready in 3 days? Man, I'm ready now. Ready now for when that time comes, like a fireman. They're trained and they're ready. They go to sleep, bing, and they get up and they're ready because they're trained for that. I'm built for this. So again, the mind games, ain't going to get me. I'm ready to walk it alone. And Mr. Scurv going to let me walk it alone. Say, baby, I got you. I'm your ride or die. I'm going to let you know who your friends are. I got the third eye too. I'm smiling. I cook this food, but you know what? I'm your cornerman. I'm going to tell you what's up. That person right there is not your friend. Has a good spirit, and you're to reach out to them. They are your friend. She listens to the shows, Brother Dave. She likes you. She knows you're my friend. You're going to know that man for a long time. See, she's powerful. Folks don't understand how powerful. It's not about just the church when you're powerful on a spiritual level. Read between the lines. She's from the country and the hills of Jamaica. She knows things that other people may not want her to know or may not understand. Yeah? So that keeps me charged up. I got people who knew me from years ago. They just waiting, got the popcorn. Oh, this nigga gonna fail. He's gonna fall after this one. He had marital problems with that other one. This is gonna crush him. Now look at me. Just as strong as ever. Boom! You know what I mean? Come on. When your spirit gets riled up like this, you can knock out a mule. You know? For real. Matter of fact, you'll be so mighty. Check this out. You'll be so mighty, the mule knows you can knock him out. The mule will look at you and be like, just fall down. I don't want him to hit me. You just look at the mule. He knows. We're working in a less painful way because we're not trying to make the mule dentist rich. Right?
Lance, let me tell you something, man. And this is what's coming to me right now as we speak. And I have to make this disclaimer.
Yes.
I don't believe you or anyone else has ever heard what I'm about to tell you, because this is what just came to me.
Yes.
This is not repeating of anything I've heard.
Yes.
This is just what just came to me right now. The movie Star Wars.
Yes.
Okay? The movie Star Wars. We are people of light.
Of course.
Okay? So we are the stars of this war. We are the stars of this war.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember in the movie, when Darth Vader says, I am your father.
Luke, my son. Remember that?
Right? No, check this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we are the stars of this war, that means we are the original. So when he said, I am your father, it means when that man looks at you, he's seeing you as his father because he knows you are the original.
Right. Right.
And there's a reason why Darth Vader had on that black suit.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying. You see? Because he's just personifying who you, the star of this war, is.
Right.
Hate.
That's brilliant.
Hate is coming.
That's brilliant.
You see? That's why the hate is coming so strong. And then you speak about love.
Right.
The word for a minute. Because I'm feeling it right now. Love. Let's put it in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be dyslexic tonight. You see? Let's be dyslexic, right?
Mm-hmm.
EEOL means you evolve. Evolution. Love.
That's
evolve.
right.
That means,
That's right.
I'm not preaching. But can I get amen? Oh, Lord.
There you go. I got to get the church tambourine sound bites. I'm going to get a little sound bite machine. I ordered it already, and I'm going to load it up with all kinds. And y'all tell me the sound bites you want to hear, and I'll find them and load them up, and we'll be hitting it, bing, 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 and bring some funny noises and whatnot, right? But yeah, but see, that's why I don't want to be evil. Let's take something else came to me too. So you jumpstart me. We're gonna be talking till lunchtime. No, I'm just playing, right? But when you evil, look at it backwards. When you're evil, what's the word backwards spelled from evil? Live. You ain't living.
Right.
You're not living when you're filled with evil. I'm not saying when people say that you're evil and they misunderstand something about you, they can say that because there's some people who say, man, that guy's a rough cat. Look how mean he's looking. That's my armor sometime in the environments that I find myself, right? I'm not evil. I'm very loving. I'm so loving. I love myself. I'll kick your behind if you try to do something for me or to me or to somebody that I love or somebody I know that doesn't deserve the bad treatment. Oh, yeah. Like I said, you know, how God holds down, you know, situations and lets you get a little kick in. Oh, yeah. I've done some things now. I've seen, you know, the things I've done that I'm not going to really say or put out there. See some dude beating this woman. Ain't nobody around him. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, shit. Why you not coming? I'm out of there. Might be a town I'm visiting. I'm not coming here no more. I'll do crazy things like that. Call no cops. Damn, I don't want to go to the hospital. Look. Come on, y'all. There's scars on every knuckle. You know, I'm not a predator, but I don't mind, you know. And look at this broke finger. Look at that. A broke finger. Good for the boogers when you have a cold. No, I'm just playing. Good for the G-spot. But listen, brother, do I shave my whiskers? I just saw that Queen Common Sense. Wow. Do I shave my whiskers? Well, yeah, I shave my face, but I know that means something else. Probably I'm not picking up on that right now. But I'm going to wrap it down. Wow, 5:18, man. We always get some good energy and whatnot. I love it. It's been a while since I did this. We're always going to do this on a Saturday night. There'll be do 3 shows a week at least. But I'm going to do a crap load of videotapes. I've been having fun with those. You know, call-ins or whatever. You want to call, you want to record something with me, a conversation, something you want to say, I'll shut up. Let me know. Especially like in the wee hours during the week, like 1:30, 2 o'clock. Hit me up. I'll do it. You know what I mean? I love the mental stimulation and spontaneity when we speak on certain things, because that's when you really get a chance to enjoy what's inside of a person, you know? So
Indeed.
Big shout out to Queen Common Sense. I'm Big Bro, so you're my little sister. We got to protect our sisters. Even though our sisters are quite capable, like Queen Common Sense, of defending herself, because she's another powerful woman. Just like Pam Baker. Always there. Always there. She's an angel. Pam Baker's been with me for so long. As soon as I got online, I think the first person that was there, hi, Lance. We're going to be friends and brothers and family and sisters for a long time. Just like you, Brother Dave. But anyway, let me wrap this down because I'm going to get a bite to eat. And the funny thing, I'm probably going to, like I showed everybody earlier, I'm doing my little acoustic sound panels, homemade, you know, so I'm going to do something else. And actually, and I'm feeling the fatigue, but I'm actually going to go in the yard, and just look up and just be still and absorb. And, you know, there are fire ants out there right now. So I would like to take my shoes off and touch the soil, but I don't feel like itching and, you know, oh God, that's a terrible thing. But I'm gonna go out there and just be still and really kind of vibe with what comes at me, and just vibe on the words that we shared, you know, tonight. Wonderful thing. I'm loving it. I missed the fight early, but I'll look at a replay of it. But other than that, let's see who's on. I just want to see or just say so long. Well, you're the only one. Jack's still on. So long, Jack. And Brother Dave, it's been good. We're going to hit that spirituality show. We got to hit that spirituality. I want to talk about also crystals. I want to talk about the shadow figures and beings. I want to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the mysterious. I want that to be a long one. I want Queen Common Sense on there too. I want you, Dave. I want you, Jack, on. I want to get Fahim on. I want to advertise that heavily. Probably we'll do that on next Saturday, and I'll probably put it out there like that long before, so people know that this is what's going to be. And anything you want to bring to it, you know, bring to it, and it's going to be a wonderful thing. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah. Say it again.
I know when you're going to do it, because I have someone who's deeply into the crystals and things like that. And
I want to learn more about the crystals. I need that. I know I need that. I don't feel there's anything wrong with it, but I know I need to get better. I'm on the bus, a lot of people around me. I want to have something that amplifies me. You know, I'm not feeling weak. I'm feeling strong, but I know that, you know, everything that you do can help. And I want to go back to the original way before what was brought to us. You know what I mean? And I'm ready. You know, things are coming to me, dreams and these feelings of heightened awareness and a lot of stuff I'm going through on a good level, but it's like a taste. You know, it's like, again, the analogy of being in the mall and you're not really thinking about eating, but here comes this Chinese man, you know, he has a toothpick on the end with sesame chicken. Now I don't eat chicken no more, but he gives you that piece and you take it like, I'm getting over. I'm eating a piece of sesame chicken. And now you're in the bathroom taking a leak. You're like, that is pretty good. And you go back out there looking for him. He's like, ha, got you at work, you know. You think it's going to be the 33 pieces and you got one free? We giving you 32, but you won't know. You did not get nothing free. Our soul. That's what we think you are, because you don't count. You are our soul. Mr. Asol. Right? I'm stupid this time of the morning, y'all. I say anything that comes to my mind. But
I just want to touch on one thing that you said.
Yes.
As far as evil and reversing it as live.
Yes.
Well, here's another. When someone calls another one evil and is speaking it, in actuality, just based on what you said in duality, what they're doing is decreasing the life, that life of that person.
That's right.
Speaking, but they're saying it evil, but if you reverse it, it's decreasing that life, you see. So again, another thing is when you put in, that's why you hear a lot of times when you speak, I say, well, we cancel that, because sometimes we don't want these things to perpetuate higher in the higher realm. So we go ahead and we cancel that right off so it doesn't go further, you know, than we need to go, you know. And just one more thing, I would say the privilege, because we deal with a lot of warranty and insurance companies and things like that. And the gentleman came in, and he came in with another gentleman, who was his boss's boss. You see, so he was like he was like the Jobs, you know, of the computer industry.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came in, he saw I had a ring on my hand.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Wait a minute, what kind of ring is that?"
Right.
You know? And I told him what kind of ring it was, and he started to elaborate kind of, and I said, "Well, that's for a whole nother discussion."
Right.
Because now he's kind of recognizing, in a sense, where I'm coming from.
Right.
You see, and he brought the big guy. It's like the owner of Ford. You see, to dialogue.
Yes.
And that's what I'm just saying. That's just to show you, in a sense, that when we are humble,
yes,
and we're not trying to project that which we're not, people recognize you for who you are.
Right.
And not what you perceive to be.
Right.
You see.
And it takes too much energy. It takes too much energy to project something false that's not there.
Yes.
You know, it's just like on Star Trek when a Captain Kirk says, "Listen, Scotty, pull up the force field," you know, or he orders that, and you know, it's a drain of the power. And you hear Scotty say, "Captain, the dilithium crystals are not going to hold up not much longer." You know what I mean? So I don't want to do that. I don't want to drain my dilithium crystals. And look at the symbolism. It's about to break, Captain. We can't keep this up no longer. The dilithium crystals are going to blow. I'm not lying, right? Because you watch Star Trek, you know.
Yeah.
I got a hell of a memory.
And you see, you just said about the crystal.
There you go.
See? So subliminally, they're telling
you. They're telling you.
Yes.
We're going to make that show for Saturday. Before I go to bed, I'm going to make the link and everything Saturday. It may be like 12:30, 1 o'clock the same way, maybe 12 o'clock or something. Midnight Eastern Standard Time. We're going to do that show. Give me a title, y'all. What words should I put in there to attract? Leon, you know about those dilithium crystals. I had an old girlfriend. I got to tell this one. She was a Trekkie. So this was decades ago. You know what I mean? And she's like, "This is feeling so good. I know your dilithium crystals are about to blow." I was like, so it has some sexual undertones of that word, you know, to blow my dilithium crystals. I want to explode, you know.
I guess that's where the crystals and crystal comes from.
Yeah. For real. Let me see. Wait, hold on.
Still on all that?
Huh? Say again?
Still on?
Oh no, she winded that a little bit. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can. The beauty of I don't know how I'm gonna phonetically. Yeah, okay, I got it right. Dilithium. We put crystals. See if I can get him saying that.
I mean, listen. Yeah, the power of crystals. I mean, that's you know.
Oh, I can't find it. I pulled up so many links. I thought it would be wait, hold on. Let me see something. Hold on.
You know, Scotty is always telling me we're always out of dilithium crystals. What the hell is he doing with them? Is he selling them to the Klingons or what? Bill out.
That was a goofy video. I thought it was a short one. I thought I want to catch him saying that the lithium crystals are about to blow. That's going to be one of the sound bites when I get my little gadget in the mail. We can't go any longer, Captain. The lithium crystals are about to blow. Whoever's out there that masturbates, say that right before you have the orgasm. That'll be our inside LanceScurv show joke. Or when you have sex. The lithium crystals are about to go. Oh, wow. Yeah. A Star Trek porno. I remember that. I'm going to admit I remember that. Yeah, porn, going back to the old days of Super 8. Come on, y'all. 8mm. And a friend of mine, an older guy, used to come around and string it up, and you watch it, and it's I guess you had to get it when you can get it when you had a Super 8. Was it a rewind or freeze? Do that, E. Leon. Well, you all heard that, right? Was no freeze or rewind. You know. Anyway, we're gonna do some comedy nights too. We're gonna have it where and it's all in good fun. We're adults and all respect and love, but we don't. This is a roller coaster ride. When we talk, we get spiritual and philosophical and real deep and the lithium crystal orgasms. You know, so it's a wonderful thing. But listen, y'all, let me go out there and touch my feet in the ground. And, you know, I want to get to bed before the sun comes up because in this room, there's no windows. So sometimes I've been here doing a show or editing video or even doing video. And I go out into the rest of the house like, oh, my God, it's light outside. You know what I mean? Feel like I watched a movie for like 8 hours and came outside and like, man, disoriented and whatnot. Boy, I had a ball tonight. Seriously, y'all. I had a serious ball tonight. We pull up this little tune, and I'm gonna wrap it up. So how y'all feel about that? I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow.
Peace and love, brother.
Yes, we're gonna make that show for this Saturday coming out. I didn't make the link yet, but I'll make it up, and I'll come up with a good title. I haven't seen the chat. I'll be back in the chat room in a second, so I'm not ignoring anybody or anything like that. Betamax, right? Betamax was heaven. Like, oh man, rewind. Like what means rewind, the gunshot means forward. You requested it, so we rewound. Remember that? Going back to the late 80s. Yes, Makota Black. What's going on, brother? E. Leon, Pam, Queen Common Sense, and everybody else to scroll up because some folks just went to bed like, them Negroes crazy. Sweetberry took a nap and woke up. She says, you're still going. It's one of those long shows. We're never too far from the good old days when we vibe like this. I love the technology. And we didn't have no mess-ups tonight. No lines cutting off. No funny stuff with the microphones. We got it down good. Brother Barton, thank you so much for your help, man. And things are going to get better. We got more gadgets coming and more things coming, and I'm just loving it. But I'm going to hit this music, y'all. I'm going to be out of here, and I'm going to come into the chat room, and we're going to do our thing. You all have a wonderful, wonderful night, and thanks for the energy and
every Friday,
the lithium crystals.
Tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations.
Yes, like the old
with
days.
The boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
Oh, there you go, there you go. When I get that little piece of equipment, I won't have to deal with this computer business. I'll just be hitting buttons. Bing, 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 bing. I'm loving it, y'all. Yes. Yes, Pam Baker. I enjoyed it all, too. And I got so much wires and so much stuff to clean up in here. And it's not a mess, but, you know. Beasley! Man, you hit out, man. You should have came on in. We're going to do that show next. We're going to do something tomorrow. I don't know what time it's going to be, but I'm going to pop on tomorrow. I got so much to do work-wise here, making things better. Yes, Dave Brown, powerful show indeed. Oh, man. See, Beasley, you knew that. You did that to tease us. Yep. Yes. Definitely, y'all. Vibe. We're going to do it. I feel so good. I don't want to go. Would you say a little heads up, Beasley? Or is that a titty heads up? Fred Lee, yes. Thanks for the comments on the videos, man. And we're going to keep it going. Just share it and vibe with it and let me know what you want to talk about. You know what I mean? We're going to do it. I'm thirsty as heck, though. And I'm going to hurt something in that kitchen. I know it's late or early in the morning. I shouldn't eat nothing. But I'm going to tear it up. I want some tea. I like this one part. After this, I'll go. Right? I was doing that dance to the song, and I didn't cut the screen off, and nobody was watching. And I had my drawers on. I was like, "Oh my God, 0 viewers! Let me hit the button off." And it was so funny. Yes, CMOS. Yes, Dave, CMOS. Get those lithium crystals up.
The lithium crystals are not going to blow because I have my CMOS. Let me hit this button, y'all. Take care, y'all. Always love y'all. Bye-bye.